Magandang araw sa iyo, John Ray.
Mabuhay Ma'am Cherry at mabuhay at magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Una sa lahat, maraming salamat sa pagdalo sa aming programa. Kahit alam namin we'd also like to give a heartfelt gratitude to our organizing committee and sponsors. Our platinum sponsors, Bicol Merchant Marine College Incorporated in Sorsogon City, InterAsia Migration Consultancy, Ms. Juliana Esquives from Sorsogon City, and from our anonymous sponsor. We would also like to thank our gold sponsors, Affili Enterprises in Sorsogon City, Rothschild, the Chocolate Factory, Cafe Sokol Pancake Cafe in Legazpi City, Electronics, Solar, and Electronics Enterprises. Thank you for bringing this knowledge sharing life to life, John Ray.
Yeah.
Maraming
Maraming
salamat,
salamat,
Miss
Miss
Queen.
Cherry.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Bago tayo magsimula, gusto ko lang pong siguraduhin, gising na po ba ang lahat? Yan. Para masiguradong gising na ang lahat, may we have a thumbs up or heart reactions from our audience po? Wow. With all those reactions, mukhang gising na ang ating mga audience, Miss
Miss
Cherry.
Cherry.
At
At
makikita
makikita
mo
mo talaga
na
na excited na din sila.
Totoo, John Ray. And sa mga pagkakataong ito, aside from our agenda and speakers, what truly makes an event exciting and memorable is our audience. Their energy and engagement. So I encourage everyone here to be part of the conversation. Share your thoughts in the chat, ask questions, and connect with one another. Together, we can make this a truly unforgettable experience.
And let's make it count. Dear participants, are you ready? Yeah, if you are ready, we are also ready.
So let's get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us formally begin our program. Good morning to all our distinguished guests, industry leaders, colleagues, and participants joining us from different regions via Zoom and Facebook Live. I'm Cherry Dawn Bongon.
And I'm John Ray Piñera, your host for today's program. We are students in the Masters in Hospitality in International Tourism and Hospitality Management program of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
Welcome to our highly anticipated webinar, Transformational Tourism, Embracing Workforce Equality, Unleashing Innovation, and Leveraging Technology in a Changing Climate.
To formally begin our webinar, let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord for an invocation, followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Let us take this moment to center ourselves as we prepare for this meaningful day ahead. Let us put
ourselves in the presence of the Lord.
Lord, may your goodness and love
Be present among us today. Come bless our gathering with unity, hope, and vision. Lord, we pray for unity. Build in us all a deep respect for one another so that our church may be one. Lord, we pray for hope. Come stir your hope within our hearts and renew our faith. Lord, we pray for vision. May your vision be with us. And we all ask this in the glorious name of Jesus. Amen.
mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we are thrilled to have you join us today.
That's right, John Ray. Today's event is more than just a discussion. It's a platform for empowering change in tourism as we face a rapidly evolving world. From exploring the importance of workforce equality to harnessing the power of technology, we'll uncover actionable insights to shape a brighter, more inclusive future.
Together, we'll guide you through this half-day journey of learning and collaboration. We have an exciting lineup of distinguished speakers and thought-provoking session in store. To give you a quick overview of the day, our program is structured into 3 dynamic sessions. First, we'll discuss the significant impact of climate action on the tourism industry, to be followed by the Breaking Barriers, Equal Opportunities for All, examining workforce equality in this transformative era. And finally, we'll explore sustainable innovation, merging ergonomics, technology, and the future.
Each session will feature a presentation by an esteemed expert followed by an interactive Q&A. This is your chance to engage directly with speakers, and don't hesitate to send in your questions. As we embark on today's journey, we encourage everyone to stay present, take notes, and most importantly, keep an open mind. Together, we'll unlock new possibilities for tourism in a changing world. Are you ready, John Ray?
Yes, I am, Miss Cherry. Are you excited, guys? Can we have some reactions? Heart reactions or thumbs up reactions, maybe? Yan. Kitang-kita talaga sa ating screen ang excitement ng bawat isa sa pamamagitan ng kanilang reaction, Miss Cherry. At dahil dyan, mas ginaganaan ng bawat isa sa pag-umpisa ng ating programa.
Thank you, everyone. And now it's time. We would just like first to thank our event sponsors. Again, we would like to thank our platinum sponsors, Bicol Merchant Marine College Incorporated in Sorsogon City, Inter-Asia Migration Consultancy, Ms. Juliana Esquives from Sorsogon City, and our anonymous sponsor, John Ray.
And for our gold sponsors, FEV Enterprises in Sorsogon City, Rothschild The Chocolate Factory, Puffy's Escoflay Pancake Cafe in Legazpi City, and Solartronics Solar and Electronics Enterprises.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this knowledge sharing to life.
Again, we thank your organizing committee for bringing so much effort to brought this event to life.
Yan. Kumusta naman po ang ating mga attendees for today? Yeah. In a while, we will start with the opening remarks. We'll just wait for our speaker. So habang hinihintay po natin ang ating speaker, mga heart reactions naman po dyan para ganahan ng ating mga committee. Kumusta po kayo?
Alright, so in the meantime, we're just gonna have some, relax, guys. We're just gonna have a few more moments and we're going to have our opening remarks.
Yan. Baka naman pwede naming malaman kung taga saan ang ating participant. Type in your answer sa ating comment section. Taga saan po tayo? From where are participants? Yeah. Para makita po natin kung taga saan po sila.
Okay. Send in your location or area just to to acknowledge everyone for joining the oh wow, we actually have one from Canada.
Oh, hello po from Canada. Mga anong oras na po dyan sa Canada ngayon?
Ang galing, John Ray. We have so many participants from all over the world, not just in the Philippines.
Meron din taga Vigan City.
All
From
right.
South Cotabato and San Fernando, Laguna.
Okay, and from Nevada City.
Ang
And
layo pala ng mga pinanggagalingan ng ating mga participant
Right.
today.
And
Yeah.
wow, again, thank you everyone for joining us, especially those who are from other, country like Canada and Hong Kong. And we now go ahead and proceed. It's now time to hear from someone who steers the academic excellence in our graduate school. To deliver the opening remarks, please welcome Dr. Elmer Diuse.
Hello? Okay. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, Dr. Diuse.
Okay,
We
so
can hear you.
magandang umaga sa ating lahat. It's a very good Saturday morning. Actually, this is the start of the classes in the graduate school for this year. Thank you, John Ray and Cherry. Good morning and Happy New Year to everyone who is joining us in this virtual gathering. Of course, our MSITHM students, our esteemed faculty members led by Program Chair Dr. Daryl Cornell and guests from other institutions. I heard that we have guests from other countries. Welcome, mabuhay. I also would like to acknowledge our invited resource persons, our esteemed lecturers who shall be formally introduced later. Maraming salamat sa mainit na paanyaya na makasama kayo ngayon sa isa na namang lecture sa pagsisimula ng taon. It is truly a pleasure to join you in another shall we say groundbreaking innovative webinar by your organization. This time it is focused on transformational tourism. Your theme today, transformational tourism, embracing workforce equality, unleashing innovation, and leveraging technology in a changing climate, is very timely and relevant as we stand at the crossroads of change, where the future of tourism is being shaped by innovation, inclusivity, and environmental awareness. So what does it take to become a transformational tourism industry? It requires a shift in perspective, a move from conventional practices to bold, progressive actions. It requires a willingness to challenge the status quo, embrace new technologies, and more importantly, of course, to ensure that every person, regardless of background or position, has an equal opportunity to contribute and thrive. Embracing workforce equality means breaking down barriers that have historically kept people from participating equally in tourism's growth. It's about recognizing and uplifting the diverse talents, skills, and perspectives that people from all walks of life bring to this industry. Whether it is creating inclusive leadership opportunities, fostering equitable workplaces, or offering mentorship to underrepresented groups. We empower individuals by ensuring that equality is not just a value that we talk about, but one that we actually practice. When we talk about unleashing innovation, it's about embracing new ideas, adapting to rapid technological changes, and creating solutions that respond to today's challenges. From sustainable tourism practices to AI-driven experiences that personalize travel like never before, innovation is reshaping what tourism can be. Remember that the great tourism pioneers of history were also the innovators who dared to look beyond the ordinary, to see new possibilities and create experiences and transform our world. Leveraging technology in a changing climate is perhaps the most pressing issue that we face today. Climate change is not a distant concern. It is here now, and tourism has an essential role in both mitigating its impact and creating solutions. From reducing carbon footprints to promoting eco-friendly travel options, technology provides the tools we need to rethink how we engage with our environment. The digital transformation within the tourism industry offers the opportunity to become responsible, forward-thinking leaders who can inspire change, create sustainable travel options, and protect the very destinations we cherish. The advantages of transformational tourism are so immense. By embracing these principles, we unlock new pathways to growth, resilience, and deeper connections with the world around us. We build a tourism industry that is not only more sustainable, but one that is vibrant, inclusive, and forward-thinking. We are able to create a future where every destination is enriched, every traveler is empowered, and every community is uplifted. Transformational tourism is an approach that goes beyond simply providing leisure and recreation. It focuses on creating meaningful, positive, and lasting changes for travelers, local communities, and the environment. In fact, we could relate it to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So very much linked ito, no? Because transformational tourism supports the global agenda of creating a more sustainable, inclusive, and equitable world. By aligning tourism practices with SDGs, transformational tourism not only offers enriching experiences, as mentioned, no, for travelers, but also addresses critical global challenges such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and even environmental degradation. Hindi ko na ito iisa-isahin kasi alam ko na alam ninyong lahat itong 17 SDGs. Halimbawa na lang, no, sa goal number 1, no poverty. We all know that transformational tourism promotes inclusive tourism that empowers marginalized communities and provides them with opportunities to engage in and benefit from tourism economy. By focusing on community-based tourism, travelers directly contribute to the economic well-being of local communities. Kahit sa goal number 2, yung zero hunger, napopromote natin yung ating mga sariling pagkain, di ba? Transformational tourism emphasizes sustainable food practices, including promoting local, organic farming and farm-to-table dining experiences. Tourists are encouraged to support local agriculture and food systems, which can lead to more stable and resilient food security in host communities. So marami yan. We can actually break down, no, the list and the examples, pero hindi na tayo tutungo dyan, no? But basically, yung isang importante, syempre, yung malaking ambag ng tourism sa yung role natin, ano, na pangalagaan, hindi lang i-promote, kung hindi pangalagaan ang ating biodiversity. So malaki ang role na ginagampanan ninyo to attain sustainable cities and communities. Okay? So pati sa climate action, life below water, yung support natin, ano, as leaders in tourism industries, dapat mataas ang ating commitment to marine conservation. Ganon din sa life on land, no? Conserve, of course, our terrestrial ecosystems and wildlife. I have been to, kayo rin siguro, no? To different tourist spots sa iba't ibang mga bansa, no? Nakita ninyo kung paano nila pinapahalagahan, paano nila iniingatan ang kanilang environment. And I think, no, when we see that a country has really put kumbaga premium, no, on protecting its environment, its ecosystem, mas nainganyo ang mga turista na pumunta at pumasyal sa kanila, no? Napaka linis, no, ng mga maraming mga bansa, no, na napuntahan natin. So sana ang Pilipinas ay maging ganyan din, at yan ay sa pamumuno syempre ng mga leaders na kagaya ninyo. Pinaka-importante syempre sa SDG yung Partnership for Goals. Transformational tourism thrives on collaboration and partnerships between governments, business, and local communities. Hindi natin kayang mag-isa yan. So kailangan natin, no, to work together among stakeholders, no? The stakeholders should work together to create a more sustainable tourism ecosystems. Partner with tourism operators and local community para we, of course, we benefit mutually, no, from whatever economic, even social, and even psychological benefits, no, na maibubunga nitong tourism industry kung maging maganda ang ating tourism industry. So as we move forward in today's session, I encourage each of you to think about how you as future leaders of this industry can be a catalyst for change. Let us draw inspiration from the world's most successful tourism initiatives and always keep at the heart of our mission the idea that tourism is more than just an industry. It is a force for positive transformation in the world. So, alam naman natin yung sustainable tourism, di ba? By sustainable tourism, we ensure that the natural resources and cultural heritage are protected for future generations while still providing economic opportunities for local communities. Again, as you embark on this journey on your master's program, you are not just enhancing your learning about tourism and hospitality management, you are becoming the architects of a new era in travel, one that champions sustainability, equity, and innovation. The world is changing rapidly, and the tourism industry is at a crossroads where the decision and actions you take today will shape the experiences of travelers, the well-being of communities, and the health of our planet for generations to come. As future leaders in the field, you are really in the unique position to influence how the tourism industry evolves, again in alignment with the SDGs. In your studies and future career, you will have the power to shape sustainable tourism models to innovate new business practices, to lead with resilience, to champion diversity, inclusivity, and equality, and as mentioned, collaborate across sectors to create holistic solutions that balance economic growth with environmental and social responsibility. All right. So, masyado nang mahaba, ano? Masyadong na inspire ako yata ang na-inspire sa inyo, no? um your work, no, as tourism professionals will not only shape the future of tourism but also broader global agenda by embracing the values of transformational tourism. We hope, of course, to create a tourism industry that is not only profitable but purposeful, one that thrives in the face of adversity and creates a lasting legacy for future generations. Remember, we at PUP and your MSITHM program will be here to help you prepare for these challenges and opportunities. Together, let's lead the way towards a tourism industry that empowers, protects, and sustains. The future is in your hands. Embrace this opportunity to make a lasting impact. So sana yung tourism industry natin ay maging at the forefront, no, ng tourism industry talaga, hindi lang sa Asia kung hindi sa buong mundo. Makilala tayo lalo sa ating mga magagandang mga hindi lang mga magagandang lugar, no, kung hindi other cultural heritage and cultural values na pinagmamalaki natin. So thank you very much. Congrats to the organizers, and as always, keep your dynamism, your passion, and your commitment to making a difference. Good morning and enjoy the rest of the webinar.
Maraming salamat sa inyong pagbati, Dr. Elmer Diuse. Ang iyong mga salita ay nagpapaalala sa atin na ang tunay na diwa ng ating paksa tungkol sa transformational tourism ay nagsisimula sa simple ngunit makabuluhang hakbang. Ang iyong mga payag ay nagsisilbing paalala na at tayo ay may mga mahalagang tungkulin na dapat tugunan sa mga isyu ng ating panahon. Ito ay isang pagkakataon para tayo ay matuto at magkaisa para sa mas malalim na layunin, lalo na sa sektor ng turismo. Again, thank you, Elmer Diuse. The ideas and lessons learned were truly inspiring.
And now to deliver his welcome remarks, welcome in our virtual stage, Associate Dean of the Graduate School, Dr. Marion Crescencio.
Thank you very much, Evian and Anne. At magandang umaga po and a blessed weekend to everyone. To our graduate school administrators and faculty, to our graduate school dean, Dr. Elmer Diose, to our program chairperson, Dr. Daryl Cornell, and again to all our faculty members, students, and the organizers of this event. Mabuhay po kayo at magandang umaga po muli. And it's great to see you again, this time via Zoom, after our first face-to-face meeting last December at Jollibee Foresa. So the event was truly, of course, memorable during that time. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all to another significant event for our Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management students. So your event today with the theme Transformational Tourism, Embracing Workforce Equality, Unleashing Innovative and Leveraging Technology in a Changing Climate marks another exciting journey. And I want to highlight 3 key areas that is emphasized in your theme, and that will shape your future roles in this dynamic industry, and as mentioned by Dean Diose a while ago. So first, it is about embracing workforce equality. And as a future leaders, you will play a critical role in ensuring that the tourism and hospitality industries provide equal opportunities for everyone. So it is essential that you create environments where diversity is celebrated and all individuals have the chance to grow, be successful, and happy. So second is about unleashing innovation, and the industry is constantly evolving, and the success of tomorrow will depend on your ability to think creatively and drive change. Whether it's improving guest experiences or finding new solutions to industry challenges, your innovative ideas will be the key in shaping the future. And the last one that I'd like to emphasize is leveraging technology, and as stated in your theme, in a fast-changing world, technology is transforming how we work, how we travel, and how we connect. And now with artificial intelligence, everything is possible and beyond reach. As you move forward, you will have the chance to harness technology to improve operations, create new experiences, and build more sustainable and resilient tourism sector. So I hope everyone is enjoying and proud of your program, Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management. And as you continue your graduate studies, keep these themes in mind. So they will guide you as you grow into professionals who can lead the tourism and hospitality industries toward a brighter, more inclusive, and sustainable future. So we, the graduate school administrations and faculty, we're excited to have you with us. And we look forward to seeing all that you will successfully accomplish. So welcome once again, and may you will have the best experience here in the graduate school. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Marion A. Crescencio, and also Dr. Elmer Jose. Your insights reminds us of the vital role we all play in driving transformational change, especially in the tourism industry. Before we jump into the first session, let's awaken our minds with a quick icebreaker. Take this moment to refresh and re-energize. We want to keep you awake and the energy flowing and the smiles going.
That's right, John Ray. Handa na po ba ang lahat? Handa na po ba sa ating icebreaker? Well, today's icebreaker is a fun and interactive activity called the Box Game. It's a simple game to test your knowledge about popular travel destinations and tourism and hospitality and those related to today's topics. May we call on our game masters, Miss Maureen Rivera and Miss Nel Amador Reglos.
So thank you very much, Sir John Ray and Ma'am Don. So we have prepared something to warm up the group a bit and get everyone comfortable. So we call this game the box game. So the players must guess who or what is behind the box. So me, the guest master, will read 3 clues. So after each clue, a series of boxes will disappear, revealing hints about what is behind them. So the clue should describe the characteristics, habits, and distinguishing features of the person or the thing behind the box. So during these clues and box reveals, you may submit all your guesses until we run out of clues or until someone gets the correct answer. So everyone is encouraged to join. Let's start. So for our first item, this is a trial round, okay? Now, so everybody is encouraged to guess what's behind the box. Again, this is a trial round only. So for our first item, our first clue, it is one word with 7 letters. For our second clue, this is a trial round, okay? Second clue, we often do this to glass, paper, plastic, and metals. Yes, and for our last clue, although I have already got the correct answer, it means converting waste materials into reusable items. So for our trial round, the winner is Sir Mario. Yes, so congratulations, and let's now proceed to our actual games with prizes. No, so for our first clue, it is 2 words which both start with the letter C. For our second clue, it is primarily caused by humans burning fossil fuels. And for our third clue, it is a long-term change in the average weather pattern. So I already got the correct answer. I see it in our comment section. So our correct answer is climate change. Congratulations. And for our next item or person behind the box, for our first clue, she was the mayor of Liloan, Cebu from 2016 to 2022. So, sino kaya? Sino siya? For our second clue, she is also a lawyer. Yan, sumisilip na ang ating person behind the box. And for our last clue, she is the Secretary of the Department of Tourism from June 30, 2022 up to present. May nakakuha na ba ng correct answer? Yes, may nakakuha na ng tamang sagot. So our correct answer is Secretary Cristina Garcia Frasco. Congratulations to our winner. Let's move on to our next item. Okay, so for our last item, the answer that we will recognize is yung correct full name. Let's move on to our next item. Our next item behind the box is, it is the world's longest wall and one of the largest ancient architecture projects. For our second clue, it is estimated to be 2,300 years old and it is one of the 7 wonders of the medieval world. May nakakuha na ulit. Second clue pa lang may nakakuha na agad. So congratulations sa nakakuha ng ating item behind the box. The correct answer is the Great Wall of China. Congratulations. And this is our last item for this icebreaker. The last item behind the box, our first clue is that it is commissioned in 1632 by Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan as a mausoleum for his beloved wife. Yes, first clue pa lang may nakakuha na agad ng answer natin. No? So, our last item for the item behind the box is Taj Mahal. So, congratulations. That was all good guesses. So, that game was not just thrilling, but also informative. Congratulations to those who got the right answers. And thank you so much for everyone who participated. So, our committees will contact you for your prizes.
Wow, that was a fun round of the box game. Like what our game master explained, all the items behind the box, our game are all related to the tourism and hospitality industry. And some are directly related to our first topic for this webinar. Thank you to everyone who participated and shared their answers in the chat. It's great to see such enthusiasm from all of you.
Napakahusay nilang lahat dyan, Ray. At habang inaantay natin ang detalye ng mga nanalo sa ating icebreaker, we would like to thank everyone for joining in. You are also game and competitive. And just a little more time, we'll find out who the winners are. Alright. And andito na po ang mga detalye ng mga kalahok na nanalo. John Ray?
Yeah, our winners are for the first box game. And the answer is climate change. Ang nanalo ay si Miss Leslie Garcia. And for the second round, ang tamang sagot ay Cristina Frasco, Princess Mabulay. And for the third one, the Great Wall of China, Climato CZLYN, Arwen Lee. Oh, yeah. Sorry kung hindi ko masyado nabasa. And for the last one, Taj Mahal, si Leslie Garcia. Anintay mo na lamang ang contact from our organizer para sa inyong mga prizes. And congratulations on being quick on the keyboard and getting those answers spot on. Thank you for everyone else's participation. This is all about learning, sharing, and having fun together.
Great participation, everyone. Icebreakers like these remind us why learning and sharing ideas is so much fun. Thank you again. All right. So now it's time to dive into our first session for the day. Our first session is about the significant impact of climate action. The session will focus on how the climate change impacts tourism, including changes in weather, natural disasters, and biodiversity loss. It will cover key climate action policies and regulations for tourism, emphasize the need for collaboration among governments, businesses, educators, and travelers to build resilience, and provide practical tools for implementing climate action in educational and tourism settings. To introduce our first speaker, may we call on Ms. Evian Balantok Bula.
Hello. All right. So it is my honor and privilege to introduce to you today a speaker whose expertise, vision, and passion have made a profound impact on environmental stewardship and sustainability. Ms. Mariglo Ailaririt, former Director for Sustainability at Tenets Group in Palawan, Philippines, has been a key figure in sustainable tourism since 1995. Her leadership at El Nido Resorts has made it one of the most awarded and recognized in the country, focusing on environmental conservation, community engagement, and gender inclusivity. Notably, she developed the Be Green and Be Great program, earning multiple Pacific Asia Tourism Association Gold Awards. Ms. Lorit is celebrated for her pioneering nature interpretation tours, turning sightseeing into educational experiences that connect guests with nature. Recognized globally, she was named one of the WWF Philippines 2020 Conservation Heroes and received the 2022 Philippine Tourism Excellence Award. She has influenced both the tourism industry and academia, sharing her insights internationally. Despite her accolades, she remains dedicated to hands on environmental work, embodying her commitment. A round of applause for Ms. Mariglo Marigs Ailaririt. Hello, ma'am. Welcome po. Mabuhay po.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me and can you see me clearly? All good?
All good po.
All good. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure. First of all, thank you so very much for inviting me and for accommodating my schedule. And indeed, I was thinking about it last night. I thought that it would really be best for my topic to go first because this gives us a context as to how the world is today and how tourism is impacted, as well as how tourism impacts our climate. I had wanted to make this presentation of mine, not very depressing, because I know that each one of us here is inundated by images and messages about how dire the situation is climate-wise globally. But I still do believe that we can hold up to hope. There is so much that can be done. And this is precisely the reason why we're having conversations like this. And I'd really like to think of this as a conversation rather than a presentation, because even though while we're confined within our computers online, I believe that conversations amongst people who care is one of the most effective ways by which we could combat and accept the challenges that the climate has imposed on us. And of course, this is largely due to our own doings as well. So when we think about human-induced climate change, we think as though it's something that will happen in the future. But obviously, it is happening now. Just one look at the photos of fires raging in Los Angeles, which is really depressing, as well as fires previously in Hawaii. And I'd like to show the next slide, please. It's very clear that climate change is not something that is going to happen within the next 5 years or the next generation or so. It's very much happening today. And I say this not just as a tourism practitioner, but also as a someone with a huge science background. I am a biologist, and I also continue to study climate privately, and I have seen how science has deliberated greatly on this, and the message is very clear. So ecosystems and people around the world today are affected by these ongoing processes. In this picture, we show much flooding in Venice. Now, climate change deniers say, oh, Venice is always flooded anyway. There's no point in us being scared of more flooding. We're not talking about climate change being defined by having floods for the first time. We are talking about extreme weather circumstances, extreme weather events. The photo in the middle of very, very dry land, I took that in El Nido. This is a wetland. This is a place where we take our guests to go kayaking. And for several months, early last year, we saw how extreme heat just basically dried up a huge tract of wetland. And then the other photo was taken in Vietnam. I just grabbed this from the internet. And we also hear about so much flooding in different places, places that say, oh, we've never experienced this before. Europe, for example, Valencia, places in Italy fairly recently. So what is happening? But more importantly, what is happening to us in the tourism sector? Knowing that we're highly vulnerable to climate change, but at the same time, our industry contributes to the emission of greenhouse gases, which in turn cause global warming. Okay, next slide, please. When we measure climate impact, the currency of measurement is the amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases like methane released by an activity or a sector over a period of 1 year. So that is our currency. That is how we measure climate impact. Now, we can debate about it. We can say, oh, but there are many things that can contribute to this. Of course, indeed, there are many things that can contribute to climate change. But when we talk about climate impact or the impact of human activities on the climate, we specifically focus on the amount of carbon dioxide that is released. Please go back to the previous slide. Thank you. So climate change affects the environment in many different ways, including, as I mentioned earlier, rising temperatures, sea level rise, drought, flooding, extreme weather, and more. Now, these events affect things that we depend upon and value, like water, energy, transportation, wildlife, agriculture, ecosystem, human health, and tourism. Now, tourism is amazing. I'm sure you will agree. And this is the reason why we're here together. This is what binds us. Tourism is amazing. 30 years of my life has been spent in this industry, in this sector. Sabi nga ng marami, travel is life, di ba? So, it opens up, and this is amazing. This is wonderful. Travel, tourism is amazing, wonderful, because it opens up our minds and our very beings, right, to new experiences. And for some moments, no matter how brief or long, we know that we're not going to be in that place forever, but we are accorded some, okay, sorry, there's something here. Okay, but we are accorded some opportunity to see how it is to live in those places, to meet people who live in those places. So we do this, we do conversations like this because we want to keep these positive attributes of tourism intact. Gusto nating manatili na maganda ang tourism. Okay? But to do that, we have to square with the consequences of this dynamic and ever-growing industry. We cannot put a blind eye to the consequences of tourism. And one of the images that gives us a rude awakening or a frank assessment of where we are today, or at least a few years ago, which means that today is even more intense than previously, okay, is this infographic that tells us that tourism, global tourism, is actually responsible for around 8% of the world's carbon emission. 8%. So where's that from? It's from plane flights, boat rides, even your accommodations, your food, your souvenirs, various activities, no island hopping, even getting to a place to hike. So all of these contribute to tourism's carbon footprint. Even the motorcycle rides that you take to go to a beautiful waterfall, everything in short that requires the use of fossil fuel. Majority of this footprint comes from high income countries, with the US being at the top, US travelers at the top of the list. Now, okay, even if we say that life today on this planet is difficult, I have to tell you that as a measure of how wealth is increasing or how wealth is translated to activities by people nowadays, the number of people who can travel is steadily growing. Just temporarily put aside the impacts of COVID from from the late 90s to the early 2000s, growth of tourism, number of people traveling has increasingly grown. And so will tourism's environmental footprint. Nung ako'y bata pa, makarating ka lang ng Baguio, ay napakalaking bagay na. Nowadays, ang mga bata, may sari-sarili na silang mga plano. Ang Singapore, ang Hong Kong, Thailand, sisiw na lang yan. Japan is the go-to place, and the frequency is also astounding. For someone like me, natutuwa ako, but at the same time, nagugulat ako that these things are now possible. Nung araw, isang kumpanya lang ng eroplano ang tumatakbo. In the Philippines, the most frequent method of traveling was taking a ship. So now, obviously, people are always in a hurry and people want to tick off items from their bucket list as much as possible. Hindi naman po pwedeng walang konsekwensya lahat ng yan. Nag-enjoy tayo ng nag-enjoy, pero ano ang resulta nito sa ating planet? As we can see here on this graph, almost 50% of the carbon dioxide emission that's attributed to tourism comes from transport. Okay? So obviously, getting from here to there to another place, this is the most basic component of tourism. We take planes, we take cars, buses, boats to explore, to allow us to explore our destinations all over the world. So obviously, masaya tayo in our jet setting, road tripping ways, island hopping ways, but this comes with a huge carbon footprint. So today, transportation is tourism's main source of greenhouse gas emissions. On average, planes generate and cars generate the most carbon dioxide per passenger kilometer. Tour buses, ferries, trains come well behind. So in other words, malaking bagay talaga ang sumakay sa isang mode of transportation kung saan mas marami ang kakasya, obviously, right? So in recent years, the number of people traveling internationally has skyrocketed. And one of the factors is airfare, believe it or not, becoming more and more affordable. No? So similarly, between 2005 and 2016, transport-related emissions, tourism emissions, increased by more than 60%. So just over a period of 11 years, 60% agad ang itinaas ng carbon dioxide emission from transport. So sabi nga, it would take around 2 hectares of forest a year to absorb the same amount of carbon dioxide emissions of a one-way flight from Paris to New York. So that's about the same amount of emissions that an average person in rural Philippines could generate over an entire year. So in other words, every time we fly, I don't say this to make us feel guilty. In fact, I myself very, very often fly because of work and also because of tourism. So the amount of carbon dioxide that's released by one flight and the distance is something like Paris to New York, the amount of emission is similar to the amount of emission of an average person in a rural place like in the Philippines for over an entire year. So ganun ang ating ratio. So in other words, this is just going to get more and more. The percentage will perhaps remain at 50%, but because obviously there are many other carbon emission sources in the industry of tourism, but transport will remain to be the biggest one. So please think about this before you plan your travel itinerary. Think about how and where you could possibly scrimp on carbon dioxide emissions. And if you cannot, please think about carbon offsetting ways, and later I'll be sharing examples of how these things are done. Okay, next slide, please. Another source, sige. Okay, next slide, please. So that's the distribution. Okay. So before I move to the next source of climate impact, here is the challenge to tourism. For tourism to become a solution rather than a continuous source of problem of carbon emissions, tourism must have high climate ambitions for transport. All our people who are engaged in innovation, in sustainable design and all that, and maybe some of you here who are listening right now are interested in making this your life work, please let's continue to find ways to reduce emissions of our favorite modes of transportation like planes, which account for the highest amount of emission among all the forms of transport. We have to find ways to travel with low emissions and high efficiency. And honestly, I don't know how that will happen, but that's fine because I'm not the only person in this world. We have so many people, so many young people who are listening right now who might just have an inclination and an ability to engage in this research. Next slide, please. Okay, so another source of climate impact is plastics, and I'll show you why. Plastic pollution is one of the major environmental challenges over time, and obviously tourism has a big role to play in contributing to the problem as well as contributing to the solution. So each year, an additional 8 million tons of plastic. So that's 8 times 1,000 kilograms 8 million times 1,000 kilograms of plastics end up in the world's oceans. Plastics has been responsible for the deaths of not just large marine animals, but also has been found to pollute the waters and be responsible for the death of the plankton or of the microscopic plankton that you find in the sea. Countless fish have also died. Turtles have also died because of plastics. The photo to the right of the screen, I took that a few weeks ago in East Kalimantan, which covers the Celebes Sea or the Sulawesi Sea. I was in this beautiful, beautiful island in the middle of the sea, in the middle of the ocean. And when we got there, I could see turtles from the jetty. That was how clear the water was. And then at night, as I was looking at fish and turtles and all these wonderful wildlife just from the jetty, I saw a staggering amount of plastic being carried by the ocean currents. And some of them, in fact, were snagged by the islands where we were staying. I mean, if we're horrified by the amount of plastic basura, plastic waste that we find along Manila Bay, for example, I'm telling you, this is nothing compared to the amount of trash that ends up in the islands of Indonesia. And partly that's because the ocean currents, especially during Amihan, about this time, bring all the things of the ocean down to those islands in the south. But not all of that is locally generated. So people in Bali, for example, they'll say, all this plastic is from Java, and daily they have to remove the plastics from their beaches. But it's not Java. It's not just Java. Ocean plastics does not respect boundaries, does not respect political lines, no? So that's from everywhere. So the sad thing is that 80%, did you know that 80% of the world's tourism take place in coastal areas? So obviously, plastic from the tourism sector can contribute to this pollution, but can also be or is already being affected by this pollution. So during peak tourist season, marine litter in places like I said, Bali, Mediterranean region, etc., was found to increase by up to 40%. So even inland and urban tourism can contribute to marine plastic pollution, with huge amounts of plastic pollution ending up in rivers and getting carried into the ocean. So there are 10 major rivers in the world that contribute a great deal to marine pollution. So I'm sure you've come across a meme in the internet, on Facebook and Instagram. If the current trends continue, indeed our oceans could contain more plastic than fish by as soon as 2050. So I might even be alive then, God willing, and that's very near. Hindi na ito yung mga 150 years from now. That is very soon if this continues. So next slide, please. So the problem with plastics is extensive and systemic. And as I mentioned earlier, rivers can also contribute to marine plastic pollution. And you know, what you don't see, you don't care about at all. A lot of people are like that. So if they think that they can just throw their waste into the rivers and tomorrow be sure that it will no longer be there, the same thing for coastal environments, obviously, we are still very deluded. Kung hindi natin makita yung basura, akala natin naglaho na. Of course, it doesn't happen like that. And one of the saddest things is that it has already been established that only on a maximum level, 9% of the world's plastics ever get recycled. And you can read about that, you can research about that, why that is true and why that is so, but it is where we are today. Of course, plastics is not all bad. The reason why it's so popular is because it's so good, it's so convenient, it keeps our things safe from water and so many other things. It makes it so convenient for us to pack things and transport it, etc. Masayang-masaya tayo when we get something from Lazada or Shopee or whatever it is that you prefer. And we tend to forget about the packaging that comes with it. In fact, the most amount of plastics are from packaging. So think about that and think about what it does to tourism being mostly occurring in coastal areas, 80% of the world's tourism. The next slide, please. But how can plastics, aside from polluting the environment, become a climate problem? In fact, it is, or it contributes hugely to climate problem. So more than 99% of plastics are derived from fossil fuel, from oil, from gas, from coal, all of which are non-renewable, dirty, and high carbon emitting. So plastics could account for 20% of the world's total oil consumption by 2050. I'm not sure that everyone is aware of this, no? Yung plastic na ginagamit natin is actually from fossil fuel. And that is why kapag nasusunog yung plastic, mabilis masunog at kakaiba yung amoy. Hindi lang kasi fossil fuel ang pinanggagalingan nito. There are also a lot of things that are added to it to give it the color that you desire, that you need. And to give it yung kapal, yung width nito, and so many other things. So the process is actually quite laborious and long. So it's extracting, transporting, refining, and manufacturing plastics in itself produces billions of tons of greenhouse gases. Okay? And in 2025, just this year, it could be over 56 gigatons of carbon dioxide that can be produced from making plastics. So ito yung tinatawag na fresh or virgin plastics. Mas gusto actually ng mga plastics makers at mas madali para sa kanila. It's easier for them to create new plastics than recycle old ones. And there's also a lot of reason behind that that I encourage you to read about. Okay. So where does tourism come into this picture? Earlier, I said, okay, tourism is affected by this problem because plastics, obviously, they end up on the beaches and all that. But again, let's be reminded that in terms of climate impact, carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases are contributed by creating plastics. So yung mga dinadala natin sa beaches or mga packaging ng food, hindi na yan mababalik sa nature in its original form, obviously. So anong mangyayari? Itatapon lang din sila. At they will either be burnt or they will end up in some landfill. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the next area of climate impact is in energy use. So this is an example of just a hotel in the Barbados. And different places would have different percentages, but I think we could all agree that air conditioning or regulating temperature inside rooms is the highest source of energy consumption, which in turn also translates in carbon dioxide emission. So in some way, our houses, we generate emissions from energy use, but of course, so do hotels, homestays, and whatever else, B&Bs that we stay in while we're on vacation. So many of these accommodations rely on air conditioning. So whether that's cooling a room or heating a room to make the room more pleasant to guests. So that's always been a feature of accommodations, of lodging. But in addition to that, there are also many energy intensive systems that produce carbon dioxide. So there are water heaters, of course, for our warm showers, pools, and spas. Okay, next slide, please. That are major contributors to energy consumption. So energy is transformed in the form of electricity to power lights, TVs, generators, laundry machines, other equipment, etc., computers, no? Especially in areas with inefficient systems. So emissions from accommodations tend to be higher in resorts and hotels that offer modern services or luxurious services, while smaller lodgings such as homestays, mga pension, guest houses have lower emissions for the most part. So nowadays, 'di ba? Mas sosyal, mas malalaki, mas maliwanag, mas bongga. That is the tendency or that is the direction of global tourism. We don't hear about new companies saying, oh, come to our hotel rooms, we don't have air conditioning, or we don't have television sets, or we just use candles in the dark. We don't hear about that. We hear about larger footprints, larger rooms, more lights, more ways to make yourself comfortable, sensors everywhere. Now, I have to say that there's so much innovation in this area as well. No? So marami ng mga paraan para mag-conserve ng energy. Nandyan yung mga key cards that trigger the sensors to basically tell the system in the room that there's nobody there, put out the lights, turn off the air conditioning, etc. But frankly, this is a drop in the bucket of the need for the hotels, for lodging industries, for the resorts to come to terms with the amount of energy use. No? So while hotels can lessen their footprint by utilizing clean energy sources, most of these accommodations still depend on fossil fuels for majority of their energy. No? And according to the Green Lodging Trends report in 2018, only 21% of hotels around the world currently have on-site renewable energy. So there's a huge gap. And in the meantime, more hotel rooms are being open to the public, more resorts are being built, and the dependence on fossil fuel for the energy that they consume continues to rise. Okay, next slide, please. Now let's talk about food waste. Okay, so food waste is a huge challenge in the tourism industry. But did you know that food production is responsible for around 1/4 of the world's greenhouse gas emissions? So getting that food from the farm to the table, what does it mean? It means growing the ingredients, processing, transporting, packaging, refrigerating, microwaving, cooking. All of these require energy and contribute to your meal's carbon footprint. Tourism and travel often multiplies this footprint because people tend to indulge more while on vacation. Tama o hindi tama? 'Di ba? When we're on vacation, mas marami tayong kinakain. At syempre lagi nating sasabihin, we will tell ourselves, oh, this is the only time that I'll be able to eat this. This is the only time that I'll be able to enjoy this particular food. And so we indulge when we travel. And to cater to our tastes, to the taste of guests, many hotels and restaurants import the majority of their food products from other countries, especially those in remote island destinations. They are greatly dependent on imports. So in fact, it's estimated that up to 80% of the food consumed by the tourism industry in islands is brought in from overseas. The farther the food travels, the more emissions are generated. Ito yung tinatawag nating food miles, no? Or carbon footprint ng pagkain. So to get food to these secluded destinations, it has to travel a very long way. So, number one, sa pag-create pa lang ng food, pag-grow nito, it already consumes a lot of energy. And therefore, again, the currency of climate impact is in carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases emission. So, napakalaki na kaagad ng emissions that are associated with creating, packaging, serving this food. However, there is an even growing concern that's attached to food. Because of mga eat all you can, hotel buffets, restaurant buffets, oversized restaurant portions, a huge amount of the food produced for tourism ends up getting thrown away. No? So when food is wasted, this means that all of the emission that were generated in producing it was unnecessary. Okay? And more scaringly, globally, less than half of the hotels in the world compost their food waste. So what does this mean? This means that it ends up in the landfill. And when it ends up in the landfill, kapag ito ay napipit-pit, okay, when food is not composted in the presence of oxygen, when it's not biodegraded by oxygen, it can degrade anoxically or walang oxygen. And in that case, it will produce methane. Now, methane is 21 times more potent than carbon dioxide in terms of heating the planet. Okay? So, just as a sidebar, kung kayo'y kumakain at ayaw na ninyo ng kinakain ninyo, please remove the food from your container. If it's like a box or something, remove the food before you throw that box, because that food that will be biologically degraded will not decompose into carbon dioxide in the landfill, where your box will most likely end up in. Okay, so let's take a look at this chart on the screen. Okay, it says here that 1.3 billion tons of food is created, and that 1/3 of all this is produced for humans. In other words, my food na ginagawa rin for animals and so on. It's around $1 trillion, and all of these are actually wasted. Okay? So millions of tons lost. So pag halimbawa, meron kayong pipino or kamatis, yung tanggal ninyo ng mga parts ng pipino, yung kanyang balat o yung tangkay ng kamatis, all of that, that is also classified as food waste or derived from food or in creating food. And then if you don't eat the kamatis because you don't like the taste of it, or if you don't eat the pipino, but it's in part, it's all part of your salad, that is still also, of course, food waste. Okay? So if we just think about it on a daily basis, ang dami-daming sources ng food waste sa atin pa lang. And probably we're not on vacation because we're here today and you're listening to my talk. But then if you put yourself in a situation when you're out there, you're indulging, you're happy, you're vacationing, you're engaging in the tourism activity, just imagine how much more you're actually wasting. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. No, before that. Thank you. So if we think about food waste, we can think of it as exhibiting a triple whammy. Tatlong malalaking dagok ang binibigay sa atin ng food waste. Well, first is that there is an economic impact, the total cost of food waste. Salamat sa mga nag-compute nito. Now we have a figure. It could go up to $2.6 trillion. And ang kanilang comparison, parang 3 times ng GDP ng isang bansa gaya ng Colombia. So it's a huge economic impact when we waste food. Secondly, social impact. So apparently in the world, 1 of 9 people suffers from malnutrition. If only 1/4, sabi dito, of food waste could be rescued, world hunger could be extinguished. Can you believe that? 1/4 lang ng waste ng pagkain. Matatapos natin ang problema ng hunger. And finally, environmental impact. 8% of total global emissions, 21% of fresh water in the world is wasted. And the amount of land that is wasted, just think about it, nagtanim ka, maraming okra, maraming mais, maraming kalabasa. Kapag tinapon mo ang mga bagay-bagay na ito, it's tantamount to wasting the land where it was planted. The cows, for example, they're notorious for farting and creating methane. But more importantly, converting forests to create pasture lands also contributes to this environmental impact. So, I don't mean to scare you, but these are our realities. If we are to engage in the tourism industry, please let us be very mindful. If you are in F&B, think about how you can avoid food waste as much as possible. Monitor your food waste, measure the amount of food waste, and see if it goes down over a period of time. Have very realistic ways to engage other people, your co-employees, your guests even, and your principals, your management, etc., to help you in diminishing food waste. Next slide, please. So here is an example of that. 79,000 metric tons. These are hotels in the UK. And the weight of that is equivalent to more than 8 Eiffel Towers. So if we're going to share this information to others, I encourage you to look for a counterpart in the Philippines that will make it relevant to your audiences. Next slide, please. Okay, so I've said so much, about the scary things that tourism can contribute to these negative climate impacts that we're experiencing. So of course, I will not leave you with that. I will have to share with you some positive case studies of groups of people demonstrating climate action. Next slide, please. Okay. So El Nido Resorts is the company where I just recently retired from. And you've probably heard about the good stuff that we did there. And a lot of that was done by the teams that I led. So one of the things that can help us address climate impact is in nature conservation programs. So pictured here are releases of hatchlings, turtle hatchlings between 2017 and 2023. Next slide, please. Okay. So this marine turtle nest adoption program is our innovative and creative way to get people to help us in protecting turtle hatchlings. Now, why do we think about marine turtles? And what is the impact of this? Okay, it's many-pronged actually. Hindi naman syempre maliligtas ng mga turtles ang lahat ng ating problema sa climate. But turtles are important because they give us an idea of how the climate is. First of all, turtles lay their eggs in beaches, right? And if climate change continues, there will be greater storm surges. The sea levels will rise because of the melting of the Arctic ice. Okay? At habang lumalalim ang dagat, kinakain ng dagat ang mga beaches. So ang ating mga turtles ay wala nang mapag-iitlogan. So we want to monitor because we also want to see how turtles are impacted. And of course, in themselves, they deserve to be conserved. They deserve to live just like any other wildlife, any other living thing. But turtles are important because they tell us about how nature is doing. And we don't lose opportunities to share this message with our guests. Next slide, please. We also do coral reef monitoring programs. Now, coral reefs are very, very significant in climate discussions. First of all, the sea captures carbon dioxide through various means, and linking with calcium, calcium carbonate is formed, and this calcium carbonate is what is responsible for the exoskeleton of coral reefs. In other words, the more the carbon dioxide is absorbed and coupling with calcium, the more coral reefs there should be formed, theoretically. However, if there are so much or if there's so much carbon dioxide in terms of percentage that corals can take up, the seawater becomes slightly acidic. And coral reefs are very sensitive to acidic waters. So just like the turtle example that I shared earlier, we monitor coral reef health as well, because coral reef health can tell us a lot of things. We know that coral reefs are the nurseries and homes to a lot of fishes. And so their health is very important, not just to being coral reefs themselves, but also to other marine life that they support. And if climate change continues, there will be higher sea level temperatures, and together with acidic water and high sea level temperatures, coral reefs can be decimated. I saw that over the past 2 years, where water temperatures can go up to 32 degrees centigrade. Guests are enjoying ang warm ng tubig dito, but they don't realize, a lot of them don't realize that actually that became responsible, that high sea water temperature was actually responsible for the bleaching of a lot of corals. So monitoring coral reefs can also tell you about how nature is impacted by all these climate changes. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is an example of how we do that monitoring. Logger sensors are deployed, and these sensors then give us the temperature of the water and give us an indication of how the corals will be impacted by higher sea waters, which is expected actually in the many years to come. Painit na lang ng painit ang dagat, dahil umiinit na rin ang buong mundo. So a lot of that heat, a lot of that energy is absorbed by the sea. Okay? In fact, kung wala ang mga dagat, matagal na tayong naprito lahat. Alam natin yan. So habang umiinit ang dagat, maraming mga impacts ang nararamdaman ng mga nakatira doon. So that's so important for us to understand that. Next slide, please. Of course, a lot of, not just El Nido resorts, but a lot of resorts along the coast do coastal cleanups. And that should be a regular thing, hindi lang pang once a year, to remove plastics from the environment, from the beach environment. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is another case study that I read about, the Red Sea Project. So there's the Red Sea Project is a flagship sustainable development project in the Red Sea by, of course, Saudi Arabia. It's very fascinating what they're doing there. They are planting mangroves, they are protecting coral reefs in the Red Sea, they are building all these state-of-the-art accommodations, luxurious, but supposedly fueled by renewable energy via solar panels, etc., etc., green hydrogen, etc. So these things, I know of this also because one of my former mentors was responsible for this, was partly responsible for this project. So igawad natin ang ating paningin. Let's look out and see how other countries are developing their tourism enterprises. Next slide, please. Another case study is Visit Scotland. This is Scotland. This is, so in other words, this is from the Ministry of Tourism of Scotland. They have a website that informs their guests before they even get there how they could reduce their climate impact. So I think this is very doable. If you are here today, you're a grad school student, and you're probably part of a municipal tourism or a provincial tourism office, think about how you can create a website that people can go to and check and tell them how they can reduce their climate impact. So give incentives to establishments that have efforts on sustainability and reducing their impacts. Look for guides and feature them, guides who know how to be responsible in conducting their tours and who are able to talk about nature-based solutions, for example. I mean, this is something that's very, very doable. So I like this particular example because it gives us very clear guides on how people can lower their carbon footprint by providing low carbon pathway tours. Next slide, please. Again, back to El Nido. We work with a group of former mangrove cutters, and most of them are fishermen. They formed an association called Diwil. This is a place, Diwil. It's a barangay in El Nido, Eco Mangrove Association. So they decided to stop cutting mangroves. They were helped by different foundations. And lately, we were able to work together to plant mangroves. And as we know, mangrove conservation is a huge part of what we call the blue economy conservation move. And it has also been established that mangrove forests absorb more carbon than regular rainforests. So this is a feature that is found in El Nido. And I encourage people to patronize tours along mangroves whenever they have an opportunity, because this actually keeps people who are residents beside these mangroves, they keep it from being cut. No, so that's very relevant. Also, one of the more successful mangrove conservation projects in the Philippines or even in Southeast Asia is found in Aklan. It's called the Bakawan Eco Tour. No, so you know, all of us here, we're tourism practitioners, but we're also tourists. Whenever we travel, we have opportunities to access these places. So please, let's make an intentional effort to find out what efforts there are or what initiatives there are in these places that we visit and patronize them. Now, this is really the only way that we could move this sector forward. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. And whatever your station is in life, try to find ways, organize conversations amongst the various stakeholders on how to make tourism in your place. Okay, let's take it locally first. Let's put aside global tourism first, but locally, talk about the various stakeholders so that they can see how they are contributing both to the problem and to the solution. So we had Usapang Turismo, a series of conversations with the different stakeholders of El Nido over the past few years. Next slide, please. We also have Usapang Bahura. We did this with experts in corals so that they can highlight what's happening to corals all over the world, as well as specifically in El Nido, and most importantly, what people in the tourism sector can do to help conserve corals. So as part of the tourism industry, it is our responsibility to highlight these concerns and bring people in. I'm not saying that ikaw lahat mo, alam mo yan, no? But bring people in who know, who are experts, invite them. And I can tell you that most people are just waiting to be invited and are just so much willing to share, because this is not something that you would want to keep in your cabinet. This is something that you have to talk about because this concerns all of us and the future. Next slide, please. So there is a huge variety of platforms. I'm sharing here pictures of Miss Earth when she visited El Nido. We asked her if she could go fishing with the fishermen, asked her if she could do coastal cleanup, and she did. And she also met with so many people to talk about her advocacy, which is actually everyone's advocacy, which is conservation, especially in tourism. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. So we invest in the future. Yes, we have a variety of stakeholders. We talk to children. We talk to fishermen. All of us must do this. Huwag tayong pa-confine sa mga lugar lang na palagay natin, ako lang, mag-isa lang ako nito. You know what? When I started my work in 10 Knots 30 years ago, I was also alone. I didn't have a team. But over the years, management saw that this kind of activities should be expanded. And to do that, we had to create a team. And now this has spread out. Other resorts, other organizations are already doing the things that we started many years ago. And nothing can be more, satisfying as far as a career is concerned. Pag nakita mo na mas maraming taong nagko-coastal cleanup, hindi yung kayo-kayo na lang, mas maraming mga bata ang interested in saving turtles, mas maraming bata ang mas interested now in creating sustainable tourism footprint wherever they may be, that is where, or that is how we will be able to really be part of the solution. Next slide, please. So, in conclusion, we saw from the previous slides that tourism indeed is part of the problem. 8% of global carbon dioxide emission is accounted for by our industry. But this also gives us a very big opportunity to be part of the solution. And the previous case studies that I shared with you is testament to this. Of course, most of the slides that I showed are from my own personal experience. I invite each and every one of you to read up some more, study some more, research some more. The internet is such, a fertile place to be able to see what other people are doing. But more importantly, think about how you could also be a contributor to these solutions that other people will eventually be reading about and be copying. Thank you at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you for that insightful and thank you for that insightful and inspiring presentation, Ms. Marilo Marigs Ledwith. You know what, John Ray, today's presentation is incredibly timely and relevant. As we navigate current global issues or trends, like what our speakers have stated, carbon footprint of global tourism, plastic pollution, energy use in hotels and also in households, food waste challenges. It's clear that the connection between climate change and tourism has never been more crucial. As we've seen today, taking actions on climate change isn't just about protecting the environment, it's about preserving the unique destinations and experiences that we all cherish. Together, we can ensure that future generations can enjoy them too. Let's commit to taking meaningful steps and being part of the solutions.
Yes, that's right, Miss Cherry. And gaya nga nang nabanggit sa last slide, tourism is part of the problem and it must be part of the solution. So indeed, the call to protect our environment is essential as we fight to preserve our planet. Sustainability efforts are necessary so that the next generation, the children of the future, can still enjoy the things we are enjoying right now. I learned a lot and I hope you all did too, and that is just the first session. We'll still have two more in store for all of us, so sit back and keep your minds open. So, as part of the presentation, parang as part of the hospitality and tourism industry, especially us that are part of the food sector, must be mindful. Gaya na nabanggit sa isang slide or part ng presentation ni Miss Marigs is we must be mindful, especially in our preparation. As much as possible, kailangan nating pakinabangan ang lahat ng parte ng ating mga prepare na item. And also, we know na meron kayong mga questions. And now, we'll open the floor for questions. If you have curious, please type them in the Q&A box. And for our first question, galing kay Miss Wenchi Joy D. Demoral. So, ito po ang question niya, Ma'am Marigs. How about cruise ships? How can they help to to improve our global problem in terms of climate change? So all activities on boards uses energy.
Sorry, pwede pakiulit please ng first part you were cut. How about?
To repeat po, how about cruise ships?
Okay.
How can they help to improve our global problem in terms of climate change? All activities on board uses energy.
Okay, so I'm going to be very frank with you. Okay, I'm not a fan of cruise ships. You know, there are activities that are happening in the world today that started back in the day when the world was not like this, no? So cruise ships on their own, of course, need a lot of energy to be able to run, precisely as you mentioned, as the person who was asking the question mentioned, napakarami. To be fair, there are many attempts. There's so much innovation in creating ways to run cruise ships without having to use fossil fuels. I am hoping that 20 years from now, or perhaps even sooner, they will be able to hit that magic spot where cruise ships can run on something that does not emit carbon. But we all know, matanda na tayo, we are old enough to understand that, you know, nothing can come from nothing. So they are now looking at huge batteries. And if these are lithium batteries, we know that lithium also needs to be mined to create those batteries to store the power. No? So, but environmental problems is just one thing that I have an issue with cruise ships with. The other thing is waste. No, there's also so much waste generated. And thirdly, when they go to places, they can be overwhelming. No, so a place has to be really, really well planned to be able to accept cruise ship passengers. A lot of the cruise ship passengers have paid for their food, and all their entertainment and all that inside the ship. So all the money goes to the cruise ship. There's very, very little evidence that aside from some souvenirs, you know, cruise ships don't really necessarily benefit a location that they visit. And so for those three reasons, I really hope that we would take a look at a more discerning view of cruise ships.
Thank you so much for that wonderful answer, Miss Marix Lariret. Hopefully, the answers us enabled to in hopefully the Miss Wenchi de Moral is able to grasp all the information that was provided by our speakers. And now, for our second question, we have one here. Let me just read it to you all. How can how can climate action contribute to reducing the carbon footprint of the hospitality and tourism industry?
Yep. So I did share some examples, but like I said, we obviously have time limit, and this conversation is really to just spark the interest, hopefully, in all of us to research further. So everything that we do obviously has a carbon footprint. This is not a conversation about how not to have carbon footprint. That's just impossible. The very fact that we live, we consume oxygen, we give out carbon dioxide, all of that is part of the natural design. It becomes a problem when there is excessive emission of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So let's be discerning, let's be more aware, more intentional in the things that we do. The food that we eat, the food that we cook, how much of it is wasted? So I'd like to start with that because all of us obviously have to eat one way or another. So start with the things that are very relevant to us. See how we can reduce our carbon footprint. See if we can walk some more instead of just ride all the time, ride our cars or our motorcycles. Examine, if you are to travel, examine ways by which you can patronize establishments that demonstrate at legit, be discerning, hindi yung kesyo may sinasabi lang sila. Read up about it. Remember, it's your money, very hard-earned money. Okay? So it is within your power to see how your money can be used. Will your money be used to further damage the planet, further exacerbate climate impact of your actions, or will your money in fact be able to help people in the industry who are trying to do something positive for the environment and climate?
All right, thank you again so much for that answer, Ms. Marilo Lariret. And we have one more question from our audience.
So here's the question, pa. How can destination management promote sustainable travel while reducing the environmental impact of tourism? How can destination management promote sustainable travel while reducing the environmental impact of tourism?
One of the case studies that I shared earlier was Visit Scotland. And that is really, I think, a very good way of showcasing responsible destination management with focus on climate impact. If you are here today, like I said, and you are responsible for a municipal tourism office or provincial tourism office, you are in the best position to create this change. Okay, so how do you do that? See how you can lessen the number of tricycles, for example, that ply your municipality. In El Nido, we are having a problem with that. People just refuse to walk for two reasons. One is that the tricycles are so available. And secondly, the streets are full of tricycles. So instead of walking, they will rather be in one of those tricycles. And in result, you have so much emission. It has affected the air quality of town. And that is an example of how a destination is not managed properly, I have to say. So be creative in designing ways by which people will be drawn to the outdoors. Create hikes with signage that emphasize on the need for people to protect trees along the way, plant trees, encourage them. You know, one of the best ways to get to people is when they are relaxed and when they are more introspective. And nature trips, hikes provide that opportunity. You know, maybe when you start hiking, medyo galit ka sa mundo or you're dealing with some problem or whatever. But after a few, or maybe more, a lot of kilometers walking, you will begin to ask about the important questions in life. And so a destination will do well, okay, in regards to climate change and climate impact and climate action if it provides these opportunities for tourists, for travelers to be able to do that. Or if it's not in the mountains, probably when you provide snorkeling tours, okay, also make sure that your guests are aware of what they're looking at. And to do that, you have to train your guide and all these other touch points where people can or will be able to appreciate nature more. You know, I'm not saying this because I'm a biologist. I'm saying this because really we are in dire straits as a planet, you know, as a people. Our generation has to have more opportunities to hold ourselves into account to be able to affect these changes, you know. There are many ways, and we can not overemphasize the need for us to be creative and to be committed to these processes of change.
Thank you so much for that enriching answers, Miss Marilo Lagdet. And then, may humabol pa pong isang question here, and I'll read it to you. What do you think are the focus of upcoming research in connection to climate change in the tourism and hospitality industry?
Sorry ma'am, pakiulit please dahil nagpuputol-putol dito.
Sige po. What
Oo.
do you think are the focus of upcoming research in connection to climate change in the tourism and hospitality industry?
Nako, that's a whole lot of discussion about that. You know, I also used to be an instructor, a college instructor. So, but that was back in the day when there was no internet. But now I'm seeing all these things. We talk about the pitfalls, the scary parts of internet, but there's so much if we are discerning, that there's so much that we can see. Now, research really requires us to study how other places are doing it, learn from other people's successes and failures, and not be afraid of that. You know, I think that a lot of people are afraid to fail. Obviously, that's a given. But if we don't at least pursue it and give it a try and see how you can actually create the change that you want to see and be that change that you want to see, we will never get there. So I'm very enthused by the number of people who are interested in getting into the tourism sector. But I'm also, more importantly, I'm enthused by the fact that these conversations are happening like what we're doing now. Now, back in the day, tourism was really just bringing people from one place to another, giving them, you know, pleasurable experiences, accommodations. But now we're really talking about not really problems, but the issues that are surrounding our industry. And so this is a huge leap from how it used to be. Dati pag sinabing nag-aaral ng tourism ang anak, akala mag FA or and of course that's still happening today. But if you're here and you're really interested in in pursuing these paths, I would say that there are so many. I mean, when you look at the UN, for example, UNWTO has a wealth of information about these things, even UNEP. So at no other point in the history of tourism is it now taken more seriously and in conjunction with many, many other disciplines. You know, even AI is used in tourism, you know. So if you want to engage in, you know, the science of tourism, if we want to put it that way, then really I encourage you greatly to do that.
Thank you so much for that answer, Miss Marilo Lariret. Sana po lahat tayo ay may natutunan sa kanyang presentation as well as, with those answers being provided based on your questions. As much as we wanted to, cater everyone's question, as we have reached, a certain time, we'll just take note of that questions here in our inbox, and we'll give you some information after this program. Anyhow, John Ray?
Thank you all for your rational questions and active participation. Your engagement truly adds depth to our discussion, and a big thank you to our speaker for sharing such valuable insights on this important topic. Alam na alam mo talaga na makikinig ang ating audience if they have questions at hand to clarify what confuses them. And as we progress, we encourage you all to share your questions if you have any, and together we can make a difference. Since we have a limited time, gaya ng sabi ni Ms. Cherry, may we request our participant to you can privately message us and we will forward it to our speaker and accommodate your questions. Yeah. And now, let's give her a virtual round of applause as we award her certificate of appreciation.
All right. Again, ilang bahagi pa lang ito ng ating programa, pero ramdam na natin ang kasiyahan at inspirasyong hatid ng mga kaalamang nating natutunan. We are honored to present you with this certificate of appreciation as token of our gratitude for your time, invaluable insights, and graciously accepting our invitation to be our guest speaker today. Your contribution has left a lasting impact on today's participants. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School, Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management present this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Mariglo I. Lariret for her significant contributions as guest speaker for the topic Significant Impact of Climate Action during the online conference with the theme Transformational Tourism, Embracing Workplace Equality, Unleashing Innovation and Leveraging Technology in a Changing Climate, held this 11th day of January 2025 via Zoom, signed by Program Chair, signed by Dr. Daryl A. Cornell, PUP Graduate School, MSI THM Program Chair, and Dr. Elber G. D. Jose, PUP Graduate School D.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another virtual round of applause for Ms. Mariglo Marigs I. Laririt.
All right. And now we'd like to capture this memorable moment. Ms. Mariglo Marigs Lariret, please allow us to take a photo to commemorate your participation in today's event. All right. Thank you once again. Your contribution is truly appreciated. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you.
And before we continue with our program, we would like to thank those who registered early into this webinar. Ang inyong pagiging maagap ay nagpapakita ng inyong dedikasyon at interes sa ating layunin. Ms. Cherry?
We're thrilled to announce the winner of our early bird registration giveaway. Let me just for a moment. All right, so congratulations to our early bird registration, Cyrel Obligado. Maraming salamat sa inyong suporta at maagang pagdalo sa programang ito. At bilang aming winner. Right, thank you. Bilang aming winner, makakatanggap ka ng 200 pesos na premyo and we will be in touch with you shortly to arrange for your prize. Again, maraming salamat po sa inyong suporta. Manatiling nakatutok dahil marami pa tayong matutuklasan sa araw dito. January?
Yeah. And to remind our dear participant, please use your full names para sa ating mga susunod pang mga palaro at baka ikaw na ang susunod na mananalo ng GCash prizes. And that's right, Miss Cherry, stay tuned at baka ikaw na ang susunod. Let's move forward naman to our next session. Our second session is about breaking barriers, equal opportunities for all. We will explore the importance of fostering inclusivity and creating equal opportunities in the tourism and hospitality industry, ensuring that everyone has a chance to thrive. May we call on Ms. Anne Dimapilis to introduce our next speaker.
All right, so good morning, everyone. It is my honor to present to you our second speaker. She has built a progressive career in hospitality, gaining extensive experience at top hotels and resorts. Beginning in 2015, she became a front desk agent at Celestine Gulf Beach Resort in Florida, USA. Where she honed her skills, guest service skills. In 2016, she joined Okada Manila as guest service officer, excelling in luxury guest relation. And currently, since 2017, she moved to Marriott Hotel Manila, where her commitment to service earned her a promotion to front desk supervisor in 2022, leading a team and enhancing operations. In 2023, she became a task force supervisor at 4 Points Boracay, supporting resort operations and service excellence. And just last year, she was certified as well as departmental trainer and finally promoted to front desk manager, where she now leads her team, trains staff, and enhances guest satisfaction. Throughout her career, she has demonstrated passion, resilience, and a focus on building strong relationships with guests and colleagues. Rising from front desk associate to manager, she embodies now integrity, creativity, and a dedication to improving the guest experience while upholding hospitality's core values. Together, let us all welcome and give her a round of applause for Miss Althea May Arabe.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, everyone. How are you, everyone? So this is just to give you a heads up. This is my first doing this, so please bear with me. The topic and to do. So, naglalag ako. I'm so sorry. Ayan. Can you hear me now, ma'am? Right now?
Yes, yes, yes.
And thank you very much. So actually the topic that was given to me and the theme that was given to me is to promote advocacy for adopting inclusive hiring, promotion, career development, policies in tourism, and education sectors that prioritize diversity and equality. So my topic for today, and it's the most important, especially with hiring new people at the hotel industry, not just in hotel, but also in the whole tourism industry, is the inclusive hiring. So, yung slides ko lang, I'm sorry. Miss Anne, yung slides ko po.
Tech committee, please. Thank you.
All right, we'll just wait for a few more minutes, Paul. We'll just having some technical issue, and we'll in a while we'll download the presentation. Again, we would like to thank everyone, our these sponsors from Sorsogon City, Bicol Merchant Marine College Incorporated, Interasia Migration Consultancy, Miss Julian Esquives from Sorsogon, and from our anonymous speaker.
And for our gold sponsors, we have F.E. Lee Enterprises in Sorsogon City, Rush Chill, the Chocolate Factory, Puffy's Souffle Pancake Cafe in Legazpi City, and Solartronics Solar and Electronics Enterprises.
All right, thank you. And again, Miss Althea Arabe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we will discuss inclusive hiring. So my agenda today is, of course, is to discuss what is inclusive hiring and what is unconscious bias and what are the common unconscious biases in hospitality industry / tourism industry, and why is it diversity is very important. We will also discuss a few laws here in the Philippines that protects the employees and applicants. And of course, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask questions so that I can answer it really quickly for you guys. All right. So right now, what is inclusive hiring? So inclusive hiring, it means it's hiring people from a very diverse range of backgrounds and communities to increase the diversity in your workforce. So this is not just race thing, not just for gender thing. It's all in one. Culture-wise, it's all inclusive. So we have to accept all these changes or all these differences so that we can work as a team. So that's what inclusive hiring is aiming for. All right. So before we go to the inclusive hiring, why I am talking about unconscious bias, because these are the biases that normally we have, because it's either we have like some beliefs that we are believing in, and it affects how you choose your people. So when you say unconscious bias, it describes the subconscious attitude that affects the way individuals feel and think about others around them. It's a prejudice or a stereotype individuals holds for a certain group of people that they aren't consciously aware of having. Other unconscious bias are directly related on how other people may look. These types of biases tend to rely on stereotypes and can result to discriminatory practices when people are not treated like individuals, such as racism, ageism, and beauty bias. So we know in our industry, I mean, just to be honest to you, I started as a front desk agent, but my height is just 5 flat. So the reason I went to other country, it's because I felt that if I tried to start my career as a as a a hotelier here in the Philippines, they might not consider me. It's because of my height, and that is already a part of unconscious bias. Some I'm not saying all of the companies, but some companies prefer someone like much higher than me or much taller than me. That's why I decided to take the opportunity to go to other places to hone my skills so that when I come back here in the Philippines, I can join and I can be competitive as well as with the other people here in the Philippines. So I know it sounds very discriminatory, but it really happens. That's the reality of the of hiring here, not just in the Philippines, but also in different countries. So I know some of you are already a hotelier or someone is already working in the industry. You already know this realities that we have. So that's why I have to discuss the unconscious bias, because there are some biases that we're not aware of that we're having, and it's very important that we know and we discover these biases, so that when we are a manager or someone from the HR in the future, you know that you are hiring because you're not being biased, or you're not being judgmental to a certain applicant. And that is what I'm going to talk about today. All right. So there's a lot of types of unconscious bias. I will not tackle everything in the slides. It's because I only have a very limited time, and I don't want to push back the schedule that was given to me. So I will just give you the full list, and then I will just go step to the what are the common in the industry. Okay. So we have affinity bias, ageism, anchor bias, attribution bias, authority bias, beauty bias, confirmation bias, conformity bias, contrast, gender bias, halo effect, height bias, horn effect, name bias, nonverbal, overconfident, status quo, evolutionary correlation. So I will not discuss everything here. It's way too much. It's a lot of discussion to be done, and only given like a few minutes to share all of the knowledge that I have. So we'll just go to the parts that what are the common unconscious bias in hospitality industry or tourism industry. Okay. So start with ageism. So when you say ageism, it's the tendency to have a negative feeling about another person based on their age. So if some, I mean, in reality, some companies preferred someone much younger. It's because they have the full energy task, and they do not prefer someone who is a little bit older. But this is not really um something that we should take consider on hiring. It's because age should not matter as long as you can do the job well and you are willing to learn from it. So a perfect example of three that is already it's in their peak of their age, they're not appointed as a supervisor. So uh, um it's one good factor that the company that I know to give that person an opportunity to show their skills as a even they're already at the peak of their age. All right. And next is attribution bias. So when you say attribution bias, it's the phenomenon where you try to make sense or judge of a person's behavior you had with an individual that makes up your perception to them. So this is more on the person who tries to hire you. So the tendency to make sense of your movement on how you interact, and they make a bias out of it. So meaning they're not knowing you well, they're just basing everything on the actions that you made. For instance, for example, I am hiring someone, and I just see how she or he moves, and I make to up that person is not, it's something like this, something like that. So I am judging the person without even knowing that person. So that is an attribution bias. Next is the beauty bias. This is very common, especially in hospitality industry. Tendency of people is to choose someone that is a little bit prettier or a little bit good looking, but without seeing or without knowing the skills that a person have. So because there is like a perception that if you're a good looking person or if you're a pleasing face, you're more likely like very more educated, or something like you're more intellectual, but that's not the case. I'm not saying na pangit or maganda, but it's more on if I mean the beauty is a subjective term. So hindi mo pwedeng sabihin pangit to kasi pwedeng maganda sa isa. So it's a very subjective meaning. So it's very important that you don't do that. You don't judge the person based on the features of their face or kung ano yung features ng katawan nila. It's always the skill. It's always the skills and the willingness to learn. Next is confirmation bias. When you say confirmation bias, confirmation to draw conclusion about a situation or a person based on your personal desires and prejudice rather than on your unbiased merit. So this is more on the it's on the mindset of someone who hires. So there's a like you have a personal desires or beliefs that you want to incline to, and this is not good as well because you are just basing it based on your knowledge or based on your how you see that person, and it's not acceptable that you do that because it doesn't give an opportunity to everyone to get hired. Next is gender bias. So gender bias is a bias that you prefer like a male to a certain job, or you prefer a female for a certain job, or you don't like someone that is not with the bracket of male and female. But you know what I mean with that one. This is actually a bigger issue that it's like, I mean, this is a bigger issue that we are facing right now. It's because some companies does not like a certain gender. It's because they can a right mindset. It's because everyone can do as long as they're willing to do it. So for me, gender bias is actually a big thing, especially in the industry because for instance, in the company that I know, they prefer if it's big females are more specific, females are more into detail, females are more like this and like that. Is men can also do that, right? It's not. Next is an halo effect. When you say halo effect, it's a tendency people have to place another person in a pedestal after learning something impressive about them. So it's like in the hiring process, you were the hiring of a certain job. And when there's another one that is not at par, they're not considering that person anymore. It's because meron ng parang mapat and you're not giving an other chance to give to have their chance to show what they got. So that is simple as like that. Next is height bias, as explained to you guys. Height bias, very common in the industry. It's because, well, I believe in one of the companies that I work to, I have to wear 3 inches heels just to be part of the team. So I'm not it's for me because I have to wear 3 inches every day of my shift, and it's really something that is really hard to do. So everyone knows how hard to wear on those heels. So height bias, I know some companies, they still practice this due to the fact that there is a requirement to reach a certain height. But in the general form in the industry, I don't think height should be a case, because what tall people can do can also be done by the short, a little bit short people. So next is nonverbal. When you say nonverbal, it's a analyzing nonverbal communication attributes such as body language and letting it affect a decision or opinion. So, for instance, hindi when you're hiring a person and you just don't like how they bat their eyes, you just don't like how they smile. You're already judging them based on those small details that it should not be a basis for you to not to hire them. So that's simple as like that. Overconfidence bias. This is more on the confidence of the applicant. There are applicants that are very overconfident, but they lack the skills, they lack the willing. Us managers or as someone attitude, because we want the best and we want to get the best among the rest. Okay, and lastly, and so evidence to back up his claim for to be hired in a certain company, but we have the same goal. I am from the province, so they prefer
And we apologize for the connection problem of Miss Althea Arabe for a while. Yeah. So let's welcome back her again, once again, in our virtual stage, Miss Althea Arabe.
I'm so sorry nawala ako. I'm so sorry, guys. So, where am I? So, illusionary correlation. Meron bang mga na-miss out so that I can repeat it? I'm so sorry, guys.
Illusionary correlation.
So, illusionary correlation lang. So, when you say illusionary correlation, it's being biased based on two applicants for instance, I am one of the applicants, I'm from the province, versus they would prefer someone from the city side. It's because they more faster. They're claiming that people from the city side are much faster than someone from the province, which is it's not really making sense at all. So it doesn't matter if where you come from, as long as you have the skills, you have the willingness to learn those things. Okay. So since I have already given all of the common biases in hospitality industry, so what are the ways to avoid this kind of unconscious? You have to be an open-minded person. You need to remove all of the biases and all of the things that to judge a certain person. In Marriott Hotel Manila for quite some time, we practice diversity in this hotel. Actually, we hire deafs, we hire people that is a little bit older. We promote older people to a certain position. It's something that I am proud of, and something that I am really appreciate the culture that we have in this hotel. So but in general, to avoid this kind of unconscious bias, you need to be an open-minded person. You have to remove all of the biases that you think that will hinder you to get a good quality applicants and good quality employees. So that is the very general answer for that one. And just to confirm, why is inclusive hiring important? Why do we have to be diverse? Why do we have to be open to this kind of situation? So it, of course, it promotes diversity in the workplace. It creates openness to each and everyone and better understanding of every individual. To tell you honestly, your work would be boring if everyone is the same. So it will not be something, it's not a learning experience, it's not a life learning experience if if each and every one of you is the same personality, same beliefs, same how you see life. It's pretty boring. And if you have someone like a different race, a different religion, you will learn about them. You will learn all about their culture, and you will be more open to everyone. And that's very important that we practice inclusive hiring and we promote diversity in workplace. Benefits of having diverse team in a company: it reduces employee turnover. So, onti yung nagre-resign, onti yung umaalis sa company. It's because the company is appreciating the diverse team. They are appreciating every culture that you have. So that's very important. So it different perspectives and superior innovation and positive branding. Positive branding, it's very, very explanatory. So knowing if a company is a very diverse and very open to any culture, any races, or any type of biases, it's giving them a from the applicants that here you go. There. So it gives us a good branding to a company that we are very diverse. So how can education sector and help and promote inclusivity? So before I go there, I do remember some stories from my other colleagues. I do remember because I know when you do when you apply hospitality courses, you will have like a interviews. So I do remember telling me that some I'm not sure if that's the case, but we have the same height, but she were asked that she is too small for the course for the specific course, which is tourism. So this is very important that we start the inclusivity at schools. We should not judge a person's height, face value, or how they see life or perspectives in life. We don't need to do that, because ang important in this hospitality industry is to be open and be willingness to learn, the willingness to learn, the skills, and everything, and your willingness to talk to the people, be at service, that's very important, rather than seeing the height, seeing the face, seeing your perspectives in life. So very important that we start at schools, that we don't judge a person based on appearances, based on what they think about life. And this is very important because it will hone the person to be someone in the future. So that's very important. I mean, what we learn in school is always what we learn, but the building up of a person is very important. So schools should build up the confidence of every student so that they could be confident when they go to the real world. It's something that we have to push forward. The world is really changing. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of things that changing around us, and we have to accept. And change is always constant. We cannot be stuck in one place. So that's one thing that we should do as educators from the hospitality industry. And then of course us here in the hospitality industry, we have to be more open-minded. Okay, so I know it's already discussed before. I know everyone is already aware. We'll just also discuss what are the laws in the Philippines that protects job seekers from biases. There's a lot, but I will just give you some common laws that in the Philippines that protects the job seekers from the biases. First and foremost, there's the gender discrimination and age discrimination. So we could, that we cannot discriminate based on the gender. And then of course, I already explained to you the age discrimination. There is no too young, too old, as long as you're willing to do the job or you're willing to learn from it. Then you also have the discrimination against PWDs. So that is the Magna Carta for Disabled Person. So it doesn't mean, when you say PWD, it doesn't mean the one that is yung pilay or someone is deaf, but it's the whole thing about PWDs. So it doesn't mean that there is a disability in you, you cannot do anything anymore. It's something that we have to change. It's something that everyone should not think, because what the PWDs can do, what us without any disability can do, they can also do it. For instance, we have a deaf server in the hotel, and she's doing really well. She's one of the best servers that we have, and we are proud that we hire her. So something that I am really proud of. So right now we have a pending bill, which is the SOGI Equality Bill. So actually, here in the hotel, we promote inclusive hiring, even for the gays and lesbians. We also allowed cross-dressing. So it's something that we are proud that we have, because it's not all companies is allowing that. And I am proud that my company is allowing that. Okay. So in conclusion, yes, fostering an inclusive workplace is not just a moral imperative, but is a strategic advantage. By embracing diversity and addressing unconscious bias, organization can unlock innovation, enhance creativity, and improve decision making. So to achieve this, it is essential to implement inclusive hiring practices, provide training on unconscious bias, create environment where the individuals feels. So, well, in my opinion, with inclusive hiring, we just need to accept that the world is really changing. It's we have to accept that this changes is really happening in our sa paligid natin. And we have to embrace it because it's not something that we cannot be stuck in one place because you just want to retain that one. It's the industry is always changing, the trends is always changing, so you have to go with the flow because if not, you will be stuck there forever and you will never learn from it and you will be more biased. So I know it's quite short. If you have questions, let me know. But if kung hindi aabot, feel free to message the organizers. I'll be happy to answer. And actually, it's my first time doing this. So thank you very much for letting me speak. So nasashy talaga ako. So I really appreciate the invitation. Actually, I just came from the graveyard shift. So sorry for kung tunog pagod or anything, but thank you very much. Hopefully I answered some questions, and if you have other questions, let me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Althea Arabe. What a powerful and meaning session we just had, and the insights shared truly emphasize the importance of inclusive hiring and addressing unconscious bias, especially on the context of the hospitality and tourism industry. It's clear that recognizing and challenging these biases is key to creating workplaces that truly reflect and serve diverse communities. And honestly, John Ray, these kinds of discussions remind us why we're all here to learn, connect, and make meaningful changes.
Yes, Miss Cherry, the message was clear. Fostering inclusivity in the industry isn't just a goal, it's a necessity. It's about building a stronger, more resilient industry where everyone, regardless of their background, can thrive and contribute. Inclusivity is indeed a key to success in every business, especially in our industry since we are a diverse community of service providers. That was truly enlightening, and I hope everyone has been enlightened about this topic too.
All right. On top of that, it's about ensuring every voice is heard, every skill is valued, and every individual is empowered to succeed. As we move forward, let's keep asking ourselves, how can we contribute to breaking barriers and building a more inclusive industry?
That's right, Miss Cherry. And for me, we should start by accepting the fact that we are all human. Regardless of our gender, identity, despite of our age, height, na alam ko marami ang nakarelate, especially sa age. And sa height, yan. And nakita natin sa chat box kanina, meron din about weight and about disabilities, mga ganyan. So since it is a time to open the floor for questions, and we'd love to hear your thoughts, questions, and ideas. This is a perfect opportunity to engage in this conversation. No question is too simple or too complex. Let's make this an open and enriching discussion.
All right. And eto na nga, John Ray, meron na po tayong mga questions in the chat box. And I'll go ahead and read each one. And let's start with Miss Mela Sidocon. And this is the first question for Miss Althea Rabe. Do you employ neurodivergent, especially at the front office department, being front office of the house? Miss Althea?
When you say neurodivergent, yung something with a problem with mental health. It doesn't matter if if you're having issues with with mental health, as long as you can do the job well, as long as you are willing to learn from it, there will be no problem on hiring you at the front office. It's all being part of the front office doesn't mean that you have to be someone that is very pretty, it's not about height, it's all about the skills, your willingness to talk to the people. It's always like that, it's always skill based. And that's what I also realize when I try to to be hired in a front office. You don't need to be at the face value, but you have to be willing to learn and to be in front of the house, in front of the guests. And if you can do that, why not?
All right. Thank you so much for that answer, Miss Althea. And now we go to our second questions for this topic.
And the question is from Mr. Doms de la Cruz, and here is his question, Miss Arabe. Out of curiosity as a manager, how was your tolerance for slow learners, especially fresh graduates who are clueless about some of our SOPs in the industry? How do you monitor them?
This is a good question because we our hotel always hire fresh grads. We don't for this one we understand that if you're coming from if you just freshly graduate, you'll be clues of the SOPs of the hotel, SOPs in the industry. It's all about training. We provide training for everyone. Of course, I understand it's a fast-paced work, and there will be times that it will be very pressuring, but it's something that I develop as a manager just to be having keep it to be more patient to the pressures, because what I have right now, I mean, I am also developing the fresh grads to be someone, a manager in the future. It's something that it's my legacy as a manager to build someone as a leader in the future. So what you if you feel that it's a pressuring job and we are pressuring you and I am pushing you, it's something that I really wanted, because it's something that I want to see and I want to be proud of, because I build up someone in the future. So no, I'm not bothered with the slow learners. I'm more challenged to teach them, because I know in the future there will be someone like me too in the future. So I think it's nice, and I am very welcome to welcome fresh grads in the hotel, and I'll be willing to teach you everything about hotels. So to all of the students here that wanted to pursue someone in the hospitality industry, don't be afraid that you'll be a slow learner, because I also started as a slow learner. I started someone that is clueless of everything. So don't be afraid. I know it's a pressure job, but it's something that if I develop you, it's something that I could be proud of. Something like that.
Yan. Thank you very much, Miss Arabe. And what a motivating answer, truly. Kasi most of our participants are students, and hearing those answers truly ignite their passion to truly enter in the hospitality industry, since mga iba sa mga participant natin ay mga graduating students. Yan. And hearing your answer na you are open and accepting sa mga fresh graduates is talaga namang makakapag-ignite ng kanilang motivation, ng kanilang passion in working sa ating industry, the hospitality and tourism industry. Yan, Miss Cherry.
All right, and then we'll go ahead to our next question here from Dr. Chiki Potikar. Since the hospitality industry is labor intensive, it is possible to avoid unconscious bias in the hiring process. And as educators, how can we explain to our students that we can achieve elimination of inequalities if they belong in a community where inequality is very evident?
Okay. Well, the reality with the hospitality industry here in the Philippines, it's totoo talaga. There is a lot of biases. To tell you honestly, in some hotels, they check weight, they check height, they check face value. I know that's a existing issue already here in the Philippines. But since I experienced employment back in the US, it's just a realization for me na the people at the other countries open to age, to height, to weight. Why not here in the Philippines as well? So why not start now as like me, someone is just recently a manager. Why not start with myself and start with the educators right now, na we remove those biases so that the students, the applicants are more confident to apply, and they will not feel inequality whenever they apply to a certain job I mean, this is not just for hospitality, this is for the whole hiring process in different industries. So it's really evident na here in the Philippines we have this inequality. There's like a certain qualification or certain phase or certain height that we are required. But ever changing naman po ang industry natin, ever changing, laging nagche-change ang rules and all. And most likely in the future we will be more open to get people in a different different perspectives. And I hope it will start now. It will start with our generation and not in the next generation.
All right. Well, thank you so much for
Yeah.
that answer, Ms. Arabe. It is indeed present or evident in the industry, but also it's true that we can navigate the circumstances and address the challenges. And for the next question, John Ray.
Ayan. So since we have a limited time, we will entertain another last question for this session. And if you have additional questions, don't hesitate to message us, and we will forward it to the speaker and try to answer, and then we will get back to you. And for our last question, hopefully Ms. Arabi would enlighten us with this. Do you have the statistic or ratio of employee belonging to women sector, LGBTQIA plus community, differently abled amongst your whole workforce, for us to be inspired that inclusivity is the way forward to a better tourism industry? So again, if you have a statistic or ratio, Ms. Arabe, of your employee belonging to women sector, LGBTQIA plus community, differently abled amongst your whole workforce, for us to be inspired that inclusivity is the way forward to a better tourism industry? Question from Ms. Chris R.
Okay. I don't have the statistics right now because it's something that I mean, the HR has it, but based that I know, we are really open to any types of if I mean, here in the front desk, we are common. I mean, most of the employees are women, but we really prefer to get a guy. But no one is applying. No one has the guts to apply. So we're just waiting for you guys to apply. And for the deaf, we only have one in the hotel, but we want someone to apply as well. But I know it's a very minimal employment, but I encourage to apply and we'll see. And of course, as long as, lagi ko nga sinasabi, as long as you're willing to learn, you're willing to face the guests, you're willing to be, I mean, if you're willing to do everything, there will be no problem to it. So, the thing is, no one is applying. So that's why right now I'm encouraging you guys to apply. Don't be afraid with applying to different companies, because right now we are really open in this kind of because yun nga, paulit-ulit ako, it's ever changing, the trends are changing, and we have to embrace all those things. So um we don't have I don't have the numbers, but I encourage, because no one is applying and no one is like having the guts to apply. And hindi naman kami ganun ka hindi naman kami nagiging biased kami based on anong meron ka, or if you're a gay or you're a lesbian, or are you, what kind of person are you. So I encourage you guys to apply, even the fresh grads, even the small ones. I mean, like me, I encourage you to apply. Be confident in yourself, because your confidence, your willingness to learn will really help you, and will also help you to be get hired. Yun lang.
Ayan. Thank you very much, Miss Arabe. And in connection to that, kind of related dun sa answer ni Miss Arabe or sa question is, parang naganap kasi si Miss Kimberly Tapugay ng kanyang pag-internshipan. And gaya ng nabanggit ni Miss Arabe, so you can send your application sa kanya. Yan. Miss Cherry?
All right, and we want to still accommodate one more question here. Halain nyo, ang daming questions po sa inbox, but hopefully we can entertain everyone. But due to limited time, we can only do so. But on this one, we can let me just read one question here. What are some resources or tools that can be used to assess and measure the effectiveness of these steps in reducing unconscious bias? And this is from Mr. Lucio Joseco.
Can you repeat again the question? I'm sorry.
Of course. The question is, what are some resources or tools that can be used to assess and measure the effectiveness of these steps in reducing unconscious bias?
Actually, ang very important lang, especially with the with hiring, yung mga tao nag-hire us managers, is to have a training regarding on these biases. It's in the reality, we cannot really remove the biases right away, and we need to be more conscious of it. So trainings and self-knowing is very important, so that you can eliminate biases. It's very important that you do that, so that you can get to know all of the applicants. You can get the most efficient, most deserving applicants if you remove those biases that you have. So I think training is the key to it, and self-awareness of self-awareness. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that wonderful and very informative information, Miss Althea Arabe. So, all right. I think we can, accommodate one more. Let me just check here. Go ahead, John Ray.
Yan. Another question, ma'am. A question from Mr. Judel Timpug. Yeah. He want to know what specific technologies and digital tools can be most effectively deployed to promote workforce equality and simultaneously enhance an organization's ability to adapt to and mitigate the impact of climate change. So I think this is a question for Ms. Laririt. So we will send this to her. And another one here is for Ms. Arabe. Ayan. Regarding naman po ito sa question from Mr. From one of our organizer, Mr. Sam. So, ang question niya is about the biases when it comes to weight and person with disabilities. So, in your, ano daw po ba? They also encounter these stigmas and discriminations. So, what can you say po regarding this?
Actually, when it comes to weight, hindi na talaga siya nagiging issue right now. It's because for me I mean here in our department, we're in a different shapes and sizes. So I don't think it really affects the it I mean it doesn't really affects with it kasi nagagawa naman nila yung work, and they're much better than sa mga payat na katulad ko. They're more productive than us. But for me, the weight does not really a factor if you want to do the job well. And with the person with the disabilities, as long as you can do the job well, there will be no problem on working actually. It's just that I'm not sure that I'm not sure if I mean here in the property that I have for the weight, I don't see any discrimination happen. I'm not sure with the different hotels or different sectors of the tourism if there is one, but for me it's not something that we should base on. It's always skill based. It's always the willingness to learn and the capability that you can do the job well, something like that. And it doesn't really matter if there is one factor that is not like like the weight or the disability. It doesn't really matter. That's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that knowledgeable answers, Ms. Arabe. And thank you all for the thoughtful questions and active participation. Your engagement has truly enriched today's discussion. And of course, a heartfelt thanks to our speaker for sharing their expertise and shedding light on this significant topic. By addressing diversity, fostering inclusivity, and recognizing challenges, we build a stronger, more equitable future together. So let's give her a round of applause as we present the certificate of appreciation.
Our gratitude. To express our gratitude for your time and invaluable insights, we are pleased to present you the certificate of appreciation. This token reflects our thanks and the impact you've made on today's participants. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management presents this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Althea May A. Arabe for her significant contribution as guest speaker for the topic Breaking Barriers, Opportunities for All during the online conference with the theme Transformational Tourism, Embracing Workplace Equality, Unleashing Innovation, and Leveraging Technology in a Changing Climate, held this 11th day of January 2025 via Zoom. Signed by Dr. Daryl A. Cornell, PUP Graduate School MSITHM Program Chair, and Dr. Elmer G. Dielse, PUP Graduate School Dean.
Okay. Again, let's give her a round of applause, Miss Althea May Arabe. And now we'd like to capture this memorable moment. Miss Althea May Arabe, please allow us to take a photo to commemorate your participation in today's event.
And to all our participants, please remain smiling. Since we have 5 slides for this, we don't know if you are part of the first slide, second slide, third slide, or fifth slide, or whatsoever. So open your cameras and let us all remain smiling. Yeah, to capture this memorable moment.
All right. So Again, wear your best smiles,
Well,
and we're doing the photo op already.
yeah. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Yeah.
Alright.
Thank you everyone for your beautiful smiles indeed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move to our next segment of the program.
Yan. Now, sa tingin ko ay nangangalay na tayo sa ating kinaupuan. So, let's do a little stretching. Tumayo-tayo muna tayo ng bahagya para di sumakit ang ating likod. Yan. So, before we jump into the next session, mag-inat-inat muna tayo. Try stretching. Yan. So, let's take this moment to refresh and re-energize with a quick icebreaker. And to keep us awake and keep the energy from all of us today, right, Miss Carrie?
Right, Henry. And it's time again for our second icebreaker, the Riddle Giggle. This fun activity will give your brains a little workout while putting smiles on your faces. Maghanda na sa ilang nakakatuwang bugtong na tiyak na magpapasaya sa ating mga umaga. May we call on our game masters, Miss Maureen Rivera and Miss Nell Amador Reglos.
All right, thank you once again to our Masters of Ceremony, Sir Janry and Ma'am Don. So we are well into our webinar and it feels great to see that everyone is engaged and listening. So all of our topics are truly relatable, kaya naman talagang very focused and curious ang ating participants. Pero let's have some brain-teasing fun first. So this game is called Riddle Giggle. So everyone is encouraged to play, okay? So, mechanics lang like any other riddle. I will read it first and it will also be shown on the screen. And after that, you may post your answers in our chat box. And the first correct answer that we see, of course, wins the prize. So let us dive right in and discover the fun and mysteries with our riddles. So just like our first icebreaker, the first round is trial round again. So let's see what our first riddle is. So for our trial round, in a country where sushi is a treat, find me where the sun and cherry blossoms meet. Look for a flag with red and white. Under my race, you'll find your next sight. Yes, may nakakuha na po ng ating trial round. So congratulations. The answer is Japan. So, let's move on na to our actual game, no? Andito na ulit yung meron tayong prizes. So, for our second riddle, riddle number 2, down under in a land so vast, you'll find animals that hop real fast. Look for me where a didgeridoo plays and kangaroos bask in the sun's warm rays. So, what am I? Where am I? Ano kaya? Yes, may nakakuha na po ng tao. Ang bibilis nyo naman. Grabe naman yan. The correct answer for our riddle number 2 is Australia. So for our third riddle, riddle number 3, in a city of waterways, bridges, and boats, where lovers take gondola ride afloat, find a place where the Grand Canal flows and reflections of buildings in the water shows. Where am I? Yes, nakita ko na. Ang bibilis nyo naman. Parang di pa ako tapos magbasa. Na-type in nyo na yung inyong mga answers. So the correct answer for our riddle number 3 is Venice. Thank you very much. And for our fourth riddle, in a city that never sleeps, where skyscrapers reach the highest peaks, look for a park that's green and vast, where a lady on a torch holds steadfast. What am I? Where am I? Yes, nakita ko na ulit. So congratulations, ating nanalo ulit. The correct answer is New York. And ito na ang ating last riddle. So, galingan na natin na. So, For our last riddle, in a land of dragons and ancient tales so old, find me where a wall stretches mighty and bold. Look for a structure made of bricks and stone, guarding against invaders known far and wide it's known. Sabi na, hindi pa tapos magbasa, nasagot nyo na. So, the correct answer is China. Yes, so what a very stimulating game. I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as I did, no, as much as we did. Congratulations to all our winners and thank you so much for participating. Back to you, Sir John Ray.
Ayan. Napakabilis talaga ng ating audience. At talaga namang inuunahan ang question ni Ma'am Nell. Yeah, thank you all for joining in the fun. It's great to see your quick thinking and sense of humor shining through. That was a fantastic round of the Riddle Giggle. Thank you to everyone who participated and shared their answers in the chat. It's great to see such enthusiasm from all of you.
Alright, para tayo nag-travel, John Ray, sa iba't ibang bansa because of our icebreaker. And habang hinihintay natin ang mga detalye tungkol sa mga nanalo sa ating palarong Riddle Giggle, manatili po lamang sa inyong mga upuan habang inaantay ang resulta. Again, we thank everyone for joining our program, our webinar today. And we also thank our organizing committee as well as our sponsors. John Ray?
Ayan. And congratulations sa ating winner. Para sa unang katanungan, unang riddle, ang nakakuha ng unang sagot na Australia is Chris R. Yan.
Alright.
Chris R, please stay in touch. We will contact you to get your send your prizes. And para sa next question, Venice ang tamang sagot. Miss Chris R ulit and Mariel P. Lawi. Yeah. And for the third riddle, ang tamang sagot ay New York. Si Miss Riza May Binaoro naman ang nauna actually ng tamang sagot. And finally, para sa riddle na ang sagot ay China, si Miss Marilyn Rebola. Yan. Our organizers will contact you for your information para ma-send ang inyong prizes.
All right. Well, thank you so much again for joining us in today's webinar as well as in our icebreaker game. So before we proceed with our next session, we will be flashing our webinar code, which participants will input this code to our post-evaluation survey.
Yeah.
Ayan, makikita po sa screen ang webinar code and the webinar code is 2025 PUP Weave with an exclamation point. Please take a moment to note it down. Once the program concludes, we encourage everyone to complete the post-survey evaluation at your earliest convenience. Ang inyong mga komento or mungkahi ay mahalaga upang mapabuti ang kalidad at epekto ng aming mga susunod na session or programa.
Yan. Again, ang ating webinar code 2025 PUP Weave with exclamation mark. So, tandaan po natin yan dahil naka-required yan sa ating
Yes.
G-form para makuha ang inyong certificate.
That is correct,
Yan.
John Ray. So we've had an incredible day so far, filled with meaningful discussions and valuable insights. As we are heading to the final session for today, let's keep the momentum going as we dive into the third topic.
Yeah.
This session will be the perfect way to round out everything we learned. John Ray?
Yan. Giving us practical takeaways to reflect on and apply moving forward. So stay engaged, stay inspired, and let's make this last session as impactful as the rest.
All right. And it's time to move on into our third and final session for today, which focuses on a crucial and timely topic. sustainable innovation, merging ergonomics, technology, and the future. This session will explore how these key elements come together to drive long-term success in the tourism and hospitality industry, enhancing both operational efficiency and guest experiences. We'll also discuss how embracing innovation is key to promoting sustainability and ensuring a thriving future for the industry. So let's go take a closer look at how technology is transforming operations in the tourism and hospitality sectors and how ergonomics can be applied to ensure efficient and sustainable work environments. It's all about adapting to innovation while prioritizing human well-being. And now may we call on Miss Joy Ang to introduce our speakers. All right.
Good morning, everyone. We are proud and pleased to introduce to you our third and final speaker, Ms. Paula Marie Pam Navarro. Ms. Navarro is a distinguished leader with a 19-year career in aviation, showcasing her expertise and dedication. As United Airlines Country Manager for Sales in the Philippines since May 2017, she oversees the airline's commercial success and serves as its primary legal representative. Her role involves navigating regulatory, governmental, and strategic challenges while driving the airline's growth in a region critical to its global network. For joining United Airlines, Ms. Navarro gained extensive experience at Air France KLM Philippines, sharpening her commercial acumen. Holding a degree in European languages from the University of the Philippines, she excels in cross-cultural and international negotiations. Ms. Navarro's influence extends beyond aviation, as she also plays a pivotal role in the American Chamber of Commerce, or AmCham. This organization serves as a powerful platform for collaboration among Philippine and American business leaders. Through her involvement, Ms. Navarro helps to advance its mission of promoting mutual prosperity and supporting the Philippines' long-term development. As AmCham expands its reach across the Philippines, PAM's engagement with this association highlights her broader commitment to civic and economic progress in the region, reinforcing her role not just as a leader in aviation, but also as a vital force in shaping the business landscape of the Philippines. Let's give Pam a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much, Joy, and to everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for that very nice introduction. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. And, it's always a pleasure to engage with our young minds, especially those who are the future leaders of our industry. So thank you for staying on. I understand that I'm the third and the last speaker for your session today. So I hope this is something that you find worthwhile.
All right. Are you the presentation is already uploaded, Bob?
Okay, so thank you so much. So once again, good morning. And I was asked today by Joy to speak about 3 topics. So it's about ergonomics and it's about sustainable innovation within the field of aviation. So I'd like to start off with the first topic, which is ergonomics, which I'm sure you have all heard about. But I hope through this presentation, I kind of share with you a new angle on our take on ergonomics, because oftentimes, if we could move on to the next page, no? Oftentimes when we think of ergonomics, we think about cabin systems. We think about the interior of our aircrafts. But that's true because in the airline industry, our main business is in transporting people and cargo. So we need to bring them from point A to point B. But more than the in-flight experience itself, the entire process on how we run our airline business is so much more than that. And we are comprised of diverse teams who are responsible not just in flight, but also pre and post flight. So if we could move on to the next page, please. So ergonomics literally translates into the study of work. And it's more than just finding the right height of your chair or having the right monitor or having the right shape of your keyboard. It's about understanding how we work and how we interact with the environment, and how and studying what tools we have in place to be able to carry out our functions while protecting health, while protecting the well-being of our employees, and making sure that we also prevent injuries. Because within the aviation industry, as you know, we have people who are based at the airport, who are based at the tarmac. We have people who do pre-flight and they work from traditional offices. And we need to make sure that all of the needs are well met. So if we could move on to the next page, please. So ergonomics is basically the study of the human body, including making improvements on their health, improving their experiences, improving efficiencies, and making them fit within their environments that they move in. So on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the programs that we have within the airline industry is very comprehensive. So again, we want to make sure that we get to touch on all points of the process and that we take care of our employees every step of the way. Ultimately, we want for them to go back home to their families in the same condition that they went into the office in. Some examples of possible ergonomic risks could be, for example, here you have a check-in agent who's trying to lift a heavy piece of bag. Okay, and you could also have a baggage handler who could be working in an awkward situation. So these that we need to address. This is part of our people's day-to-day activities. And again, it is in the company's best interest to make sure that they stay healthy, they stay protected, because ultimately that defines the success of our company's operations. Any questions so far? Okay, so let's move on to the next. So basically, the main principles of ergonomics within the airline industry, and these are the guidelines distance or within reach, and then keeping our environments comfortable, deploying basic practices like moving and stretching before actual strenuous activities. Okay, let's move on to the next page, please. And of course, again, going back to the in-flight experience and our cabin systems and interior. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of an overview on the different aircrafts that are within our fleet. We have more than 1,000, and every aircraft is designed to function differently. Some are designed to fly short hauls, some have the capability to fly longer for medium routes, and some, the jumbo jets, are designed to fly ultra long haul flights. And every cabin's interior is designed for that. it's designed in such a way that you want to think of your customer's needs. So a customer who was flying a domestic flight for 1 hour probably has very different needs from somebody who was flying ultra long haul, flying for more than 14 hours, for example. And additionally, the needs of your in-flight crew also differ. So if customers need to rest on a long haul flight, so do our cabin attendants, for example. And every aircraft within our fleet are designed to address all of those requirements. Now, I will not bore you into going into every detail on how each cabin is designed, but on the next slide is actually a video that will give you a bit of an overview on the additional improvements that we are trying to do within our cabin's interior. And this would cover both the narrow bodies and the wide bodies. So let's move on to the next page, please. Hear it? Sorry, is the audio there?
Yes, there is no audio, but it was working last.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so we have about 800 new aircrafts in order, and we started placing these aircraft orders in 2023 and started to receive these aircrafts. So as you can see, the main changes being done, they might seem tiny changes, but they are designed to enhance productivity for our customers. So by simply putting a video screen in every seat for our narrow bodies, that ensures by making sure that there is fast Wi-Fi, customers are able to work while traveling, or if they want to do gaming or whatever activities they normally do when they're trying to access their internets from their homes or from their offices. This is something that may now be done while flying on our airline, because we have just partnered with Starlink, which is a high-speed internet provider. At the same time, it might seem like a small change, but we had made some changes in the way that we have designed our overhead cabin compartments. By making them higher and by making them deeper, every customer is now assured of a space in the overhead cabin. Okay, so that covers the topic for ergonomics. If you have questions, I think we intend to dedicate some time for Q&A later on. And so now I think we're ready to move on to the next portion, which is technology. And it has become an internal joke within United because of all the technological advancements that we have done, that we are an airline, but we are no longer just an airline. We have become an IT company who happens to have wings. And so that is the title of the second portion. So if we could move on to the next page, please.
This is the story of the airport, and it can feel a little out of your hands. But what if, instead of being stuck in line, the United app could help you just skip it? Looking for your gate? What if a map could take you right there? And instead of wondering about your checked bag, what if you could just follow along? So yeah, turns out a better travel experience is in your hands with the world's most downloaded airline app. This is the
Okay,
story.
thank you. So just to give you a little background, we have been investing a lot in technological advancements within our company, but this was accelerated during the pandemic. Because during the pandemic, remember, we wanted to be able to carry out and continue on with operations, but we had to do it in a way that is safe for both our customers and our employees. And that meant, if you would remember, there was a lot of social distancing. So if you could avoid having to do face-to-face transactions, that would be the best. And so came the United app and all of the enhancements that had to go with it. And so right now, if I get asked, what is that one big tip that I usually give to customers flying United Airlines? And my answer is to make sure that you have the United app on your phone, because truly, now the app is your ultimate travel companion. It's there to assist you pre-flight, during the flight, and even after. So let me show you why. So next page, please. Okay, so we offer tools to customize our travelers' experience and everything that they need for a stress-free journey. So from pre-ordering meals up until the travel-ready center, which basically tells you, it informs and gives guidance to customers on documentation requirements for their destination, up until passport and visa uploading. So you are able to breeze through the check-in process. And on the next page, after that gets done, you become tagged as travel ready. Okay. And basically it tells you and it gives you the assurance that you have everything complete in terms of documentation. So now you can start to receive check-in reminders. You can receive offers on additional baggage, and it gives you all the information that you need regarding your flight. Next page, please. Oftentimes, I know it's not oftentimes, but occasionally, sometimes plans don't go as they had been designed. So sometimes there are operational disruptions, and we want to make sure that customers are in control when they want to look for alternatives when they have their flights affected by irregular operations. And we disclose what is going on with their flight. We don't sugarcoat, but we explain to customers exactly what is going on and offer them alternatives. Connection Saver basically empowers our frontline people to delay flights if it is doable, because normally now we also have the information within our hands on whether flights are expected to arrive earlier than usual. And if that is the case, then that means being able to allow the flight to take off a bit later if that is what's needed to be able to save some connecting customers and making sure that they get on that flight. We offer customers the possibility to rebook as they need to. And then agent on demand. This is one feature that we are very proud of. So hopefully this is something that none of you get to experience, but just in case it happens. In case of a flight disruption due to a force majeure situation, so that means, for example, you have a big typhoon that cancels all flights from that city. Try to imagine the chaos that customers will have to face while they are at the airport. Imagine the lines that passengers will have to they'll have to queue to be able to get some assistance from the airport agents, right? What Agent on Demand does, and this is a feature of our app, and this is a first in the industry as launched by United, is that it triggers a signal among all other airports within the US and tells all airport agents from these other locations that help is needed from that particular airport that is affected. And so customers who have the United app on their phone can have the possibility of getting help from an actual airport agent. So you are conversing with an airport agent that is located outside of the city where you are in, and they're able to help you right away. Additionally, apart from the Agent on Demand feature, there's also the chat functionality, which is available in more than 100 languages, and this includes Tagalog and Bisaya. So we are an American airline, and of course, English is the universal language, but not all of our customers are comfortable with the English language. And if that means they'd be more comfortable in getting help in their native tongue, then that is what we're offering them. So something that we're very proud about. And of course, additional amenities. If a flight gets delayed or canceled, what do you need? You need hotel accommodation, you need transportation, etc., etc. And again, everything within the app. So let's move on to the next page, please. So another favorite feature of mine while at the airport. Try to imagine how complex airports are in the United States. So these airport systems within the US are comprised of several terminals, several gates. And finding your way could be a challenge, especially for first-time travelers. So what our app has is the wayfinding feature, which is similar to the Waze. So it knows automatically which gate you need to be in, and it'll give you the directions on how to get there. Additionally, it can give you the baggage drop-off shortcut, which we also highly recommend. So you get to skip all of the lines when you do traditional check-in and just drop off your bag, and then you get to TSA direct. It also gives you boarding announcements, and again, with Connection Saver embedded into it, it tells you if the flight is able to delay boarding. And that kind of reduces stress from most customers. And then there's the Track My Plane. So you know if a flight is expected to be delayed or on time, it tells you exactly where the plane is coming from, where it is, if it has landed, if it's going through interior cleaning, etc. And Track My Bags, another favorite. It tells you exactly if your bag is with you on that flight, or unfortunately, in some cases, some bags don't get loaded on the flight, but at least it tells you well in advance, and it helps you redesign your time. It helps you in making a decision if you want to wait for your baggage, which is scheduled to arrive on the next flight or not, but at least you know where it is, you know what time it's expected to arrive. So next one, please. Okay, so that's the end of it for the app. So now moving on to sustainability and innovation. So a little bit of a background for everybody. Most airlines have the awareness and the consciousness on the importance of maintaining sustainable operations within the industry. But the pandemic had accelerated this for most of us. For us in United, this was the pause that we needed in our business to make us really reassess how we want to restart our operations. So move on to the next page, please. Okay, so we have a video.
Have I got a sci-fi story for you? A future with jet fuel made from banana peels, electric planes, and zero-emission hydrogen engines, all to help protect the planet. But the best part? It could be sci-fi without the fi. It's the true story of this airline's vision to do the right thing, the smart thing, the hard thing. Because all of this is worth it. For real.
Okay, so the situation currently is that about 3% of the total global greenhouse gas emission is coming from our industry. And if nothing is done about it, given the expansions that most airlines are doing at the moment, that could potentially reach 20%. And 98.5% of our total GHG emissions is due to the use of jet fuel. So next one, please. So for our airline, our aim is to get to net zero. And we had set the year 2050 for that. And that is in alignment with the Paris Agreement. United is playing a key role in making air travel more sustainable. We plan to become net zero by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 without relying on traditional offsets. Do you know what traditional offsets are? Okay. So the progress towards this goal is that as we approach 2050, what we did was we had to set a long-term goal, which is to be 100% carbon-free by the year 2050. But we had also set a midterm goal of reaching a reduction of 50% in our carbon emissions by the year 2035. Okay, next one, please. And the pathways to meet that goal are the following. We want to emit less by using less. So we are reducing the emissions from United's current conventional jet fuel consumption, which is the single largest contributor to our environmental footprint. Adopt more sustainable alternatives, and we help scale, commercialize, and adopt sustainable aviation fuel as an alternative to conventional jet fuel that can reduce emissions by up to 85% on a life cycle basis compared with conventional jet fuel. We also want to improve operations beyond flights. We are focused on embedding sustainability throughout our operations through electrifying our ground service equipment, replacing onboard products with sustainable alternatives, and introducing new recycling initiatives, all to reduce GHG emissions. And we collaborate with partners, recognizing that our journey towards achieving our climate targets is a collective effort. United is working with our customers, employees, airports, suppliers, cross-industry partners, and policymakers to advance sustainable solutions for aviation. Next, please. So what exactly is sustainable aviation fuel, or sometimes we like to call it SAF? That's the abbreviation for it. Sustainable aviation fuel is a drop-in replacement for conventional jet fuel. What that means is that SAF is a lower carbon alternative to normal jet fuel that can be used to fuel existing aircraft without modifying the aircraft and its engine. So it's not causing any harm, and it has exactly the same effect as your traditional jet fuel, but it's a lower carbon alternative. It is chemically very similar to conventional jet fuel. However, unlike conventional jet fuel derived from crude oil, SAF is made from renewable sources like used cooking oil or animal fat. It emits up to 85% less greenhouse gas emissions on a life cycle basis overall than fossil jet fuel. And it is currently the fastest and most effective way to reduce GHG emissions across our fleet. Okay, so 4 points, 4 definitions on what SAF is. So next, please. The thing is, SAF supply is very limited. In 2023, the aviation industry used almost 80 billion gallons of conventional jet fuel globally, while less than 160 million gallons of SAF was produced. Therefore, only 0.2% of global fuel use is SAF, and SAF is less than 0.1% of United's overall fuel use. Now, what are the economic reasons for limited SAF? The same production processes used for SAF can be used to produce other, more lucrative hydrocarbons like renewable diesel, which means renewable diesel sells more. The production cost for renewable diesel is also less, and more government incentives are in place in the production of renewable diesel. And there are only limited geographies for commercial SAF production. Currently, there's SAF production in Europe, in the USA, and Singapore. So next, please. So our current use of SAF has grown rapidly within United. Over the past 4 years, totaling 11 million gallons of SAF and reducing our collective environmental impact by over 115,000 metric tons. Despite this growth, only 0.1% of this is only 0.1% of what we actually need. And in 2023, we used SAF at Amsterdam, Los Angeles, Heathrow in London, San Francisco, and most recently in Chicago. And we are exploring new sources of SAF to obtain more supply in the future. Next, please. So therefore, there is that green premium that exists. It means that feedstock prices and complex production processes drive SAF costs up. And with SAF, 2 to 4 times more expensive than conventional jet fuel. This gap between conventional jet fuel and SAF is known as the green premium, limiting the quantities airlines can purchase without substantially increasing costs. So the cost of SAF is 2 to 4 times more than the traditional jet fuel. Plus, given the situation that there is underproduction of SAF, the green premium therefore exists. So to translate it in simpler terms, it means it's very expensive to run using SAF at the moment. Okay, next please. So what United Airlines is doing at the moment is we had launched several programs, and one of them is the Eco Skies Alliance program. And what we are doing basically is that we recognize what the issue is. The issue is that aviation as a sector is a hard to abate sector. And when we say hard to abate, that means that the solutions that we need to get to net zero is currently not available to scale or not available commercially. So there is underproduction of SAF. So we're trying to address that at the source, which is the underproduction and why there is underproduction. So we have partnered with like-minded companies who want to support the advocacy. And we have created the Eco Skies Alliance program along with the United Airlines Ventures Fund, which is funding comprised of United funds and contributions coming from these other company partners. And altogether, in 2024, we had been able to raise more than $300 million. And that money, that funding, is ready to be deployed for investment on startup companies that are willing to take on SAF production. So we want them to produce more so that we can buy more. And as you know, if production increases, it kind of closes the gap between the supply and the demand, and therefore you're able to lessen the green premium of SAF. Okay, so next one, please. So United is the only airline globally to commit to net zero without offsets. Again, we don't do traditional offset programs, which means, you know, asking customers to make a contribution every time they fly, and that contribution gets put into a project of, say, for example, tree planting. That is not the kind of approach that United believes in that would solve the greenhouse emission situation. We believe in doing it bolder. We believe in doing it bigger. And so we have a four-prong approach on how we intend to get to the objective of totally decarbonizing our operations by the year 2050. So number one is reducing CO2 via low carbon sustainable fuels, and that is in the purchase and in enhancing and trying to increase SAF production, not just for us, but for the entire industry. Next is to innovate new aircraft engine technology. So once again, let me remind you, as mentioned earlier, even if we get into a situation where we use 100% SAF fuel, SAF only has the capability of decarbonizing about 85%. So there is still that remainder. So it's not enough that you just rely on SAF alone. You need to find other ways to compensate that effort, and that means for us the launch of new customers for 18 new aircraft types. Over 500 new aircraft on order. I had mentioned a while ago that we had placed hundreds of orders for new aircrafts, and these new aircrafts are all fuel efficient and has the capability of reducing GHG emissions by 15 to 20%. We're also investing in electric aircrafts and new corporate venture funds to enable further opportunities. Additionally, we need to act quickly, and we don't do traditional offsets, but what we do is we invested in new technology that directly removes CO2 from the atmosphere. So this means carbon sequestration, and that means actually sucking out carbon from the air and trapping it onto the ground and keeping it stuck there for hundreds and hundreds of years. And then, as mentioned earlier, we continue to collaborate with other eco-conscious customers and partners. So next page, please. Okay, so talking about pillar 2, this is just something exciting, no? Because this makes these investments very tangible when you get to see the render of how this new breed of planes would look like. So United has partnered and invested in Archer Aviation to develop urban air mobility. So these are not planes, but these are more like air taxis. And these are what we call the eVTOLs, meaning electric vertical takeoff and then vertical landing. So they are expected to be in service within the year, and this has the capability of reducing GHG emissions by 47%. Next, please. Additionally, United has invested in Heart Aerospace to develop electric-powered aircrafts for regional flying. So not a single drop of fuel will be used on this plane. And these are small aircrafts and designed initially to fly no more than 250 miles of distance. So to be used for regional flying. And this is expected to be released in the market by 2026. Next one. We have also invested in hydrogen propulsion through our investment in Zero Avia, a hydrogen electric engine developer. So this is 100% zero emission, 100% hydrogen engines and could be out released in the market by the year 2028. And next one. United plans to bring back supersonic travel sustainably. So this means flying faster than the speed of sound, flying twice higher than the usual altitude currently being flown by our jets, and expected to run on 100% SAF and to be launched in the market by 2029. So next one, please. So I'll just show you a quick video of the Boom Supersonic.
Be careful not to get too close, I might just go.
Okay, so I guess we have another video, but I think we can skip that. And I fully realize we've gone over time, so sorry about that. So as a parting message, I just wanted to share with everybody that within the aviation industry, there is consciousness about transitioning into sustainable air travel. And every airline has created its own pathway to get to net zero. And this is just ours. This is just United Airlines pathway. So I hope you learned something from today's presentation, and I'm happy to take on questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that, Ms. Pam Navarro, for very insightful information. Your leadership and expertise have played a significant role in shaping both United Airlines' success and the broader business landscape in the Philippines. We've just explored how ergonomics, technology, and sustainable innovation is impacting the hospitality and tourism industry. With the evolution of technology and innovation, with the integration of ergonomics, the industry is moving forward toward a more efficient and sustainable future. It's clear that these innovations are crucial in providing a better experience for guests. As we look to the future, how we embrace this innovation will play a significant role in the industry's success.
Yes, Miss Cherry. This topic fascinates me every time because there are things that we never thought would be possible in terms of sustainable ideas as well as innovative concepts. Just like what Miss Pam shared, the electric aircraft. Imagine we started with electric vehicles, electric cars, and now the soon to be introduced electric aircrafts. Wow, what an innovation indeed. Yeah. Indeed, this technology-driven world, it's very important to keep up with what's in and trending to keep up with this fast-paced world. At this point, we'd love to hear from you, our audience. If you have any questions for Ms. Navarro, please feel free to submit them via the Q&A box.
All right. Eto na nga dyan, Ray. Questions are filling in, and we're going to read each one of those questions for Ms. Navarro. So first question from Ms. Chris. Can you share with us one innovation that United has implemented that is being felt strongly by our clients or passenger to lessen the carbon footprint in the tourism industry?
Well, we have mentioned a couple, no? But as you had noted, most of these plans are still in the pipeline. So it's a long-term plan for us. Again, we've created our medium-term plan. We've defined how we intend to get there. And the medium-term plan has the objective of lessening our carbon emissions by 50%. And then we have the long-term plan, which extends up to up to 2050, which means going for full 100% net zero. So we are in the first few years, okay? And where we are at the moment, so starting from 2023 up until where we are now in 2025, it's about aircraft improvements and new aircraft deliveries. So it's about modernizing our fleet. So initially, the initial impact that's expected from using newer airplanes is that we are able to lessen our carbon emissions by up to 20%. So that is something that's outright. But again, we've done a lot, but we know that there's still so much more to do to get to our midterm plan and to get to our long-term plan. But we're doing it step by step, and we are right where we need to be. We are on track. So it's 20% every time, 20% less emissions every time a new plane is being delivered and being used within our operations, plus the increase in SAF purchases that United has done, which are now distributed among our hubs. And that's in San Francisco, LAX, London, Amsterdam, and Chicago. And for San Francisco, remember, I hope you are aware, we have San Francisco to Manila flights now. So it may be a drop in the bucket at the moment, but at least our flights from San Francisco to Manila are now being flown on a SAF blend type of fuel. So I hope I had answered your question.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Navarro. And to add from Chris, she said that the things that you do right now is very commendable as venturing in the circular economy, which is the net zero initiative, and which is also quite capital. So she would also like, she said that maybe other investors in the airline industry may be also inspired with what you do. And for our next question, please, John Ray.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And for another question now from Mr. Doms de la Cruz. For small players or business people, can you think of any gaps in the airline industry that they could penetrate? Yeah, something like that. So for small players or business people, can you think of any gaps in the airline industry that they could penetrate?
When you say small players, what do you mean? Are these smaller airline companies within the industry? Is this what you mean? So again, what I had shared with you earlier is the United way to get to net zero by 2050. And as mentioned, every airline has its own pathway created, and they could be very different from the pathway that we had designed for us. And there are a lot of factors on why there is that differentiation. Priorities could be different. The financial situation could be very different. As mentioned, SAF is very expensive. The green premium is there. Plus, in consideration of, the customers that we have. So is this something that is going to be easily embraced by customers? Is this something that we are ready for? And as you know, within the Philippine arena, our customers tend to be a bit more cost conscious. So there are a lot of factors that could impact or influence an airline's strategy in creating that pathway into getting into net zero by the year 2050.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miss Pam. And another question from Miss Mela Sidocon. How does your company deal with bird strike as part of sustainability? How does your company deal with bird strike as part of sustainability?
How do we feel about it? Well, ideally, it needs to be avoided. So it's an entire system. It's not just us, the airlines, it's the entire system. It's about the airport operators, it's about the airport authorities that we work with. This needs to be managed. And ultimately, we talk about airlines, the airlines' main task of transporting customers and transporting goods from point A to point B. But more than anything else, it's all about safety. I mean, you want to transport goods and you want to transport passengers in a safe manner. We actually want for them to arrive there. So safety is a paramount pillar within our industry. So how we feel about it is that everything must be done to avoid it.
All right, that's a very interesting question, though, and thank you so much, Miss Pam Navarro. And we also have one here from Miss Nell, uh, with regards to your discussion. Is the government providing enough support or incentives to accelerate its adoption?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. And that is one other area that my company, United, is at the forefront of. So we are trying to address the issue at hand at the source, and that is the underproduction of SAF. So from our part, we're doing two things. One, as I had mentioned earlier, we're trying to form alliances with like-minded companies, airlines, travel agencies, corporations who are there to support the cause, and we are there to invest with startup companies to help increase the production of SAF. Additionally, we are also heavily engaging with the authorities, with policymakers, and expressing to them the need for additional incentives for SAF production. So that is something that's also ongoing. So thank you for that question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pam. And lastly, from Mr. R.S. Joseph Avancenia of the BSP Quirino Council, here's his question. With regards to supersonic travel, the Concorde airliner model presented that possibility during the 1970s and 80s. But there were concerns such as high fuel consumption and concerns of noise pollution, which limited their development. Has the airline manufacturers who you partnered with made any promising breakthroughs to address problems that have long haunted the concept of supersonic air travel? Again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yes.
So we are partnering with Boom Supersonic for the production of the new supersonic aircrafts. And before a new aircraft gets launched into service, it needs to go through rigorous checks. Okay, so it needs to go through proper reviews and accreditation by the FAA. So I am not very technical to respond to the technicalities of your question, but I do know and I believe in the procedures and the checks and balances that we have in place within the industry. And this is expected to be launched in 2029. And we expect for a thorough review to have been done to make sure that the new version of the supersonic aircraft under Boom Supersonic is, is definitely an improved version from what it was before from its Concorde counterpart. And we heavily rely on the FAA accreditation.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Pam. And to Mr. R.S. Joseph Abansanya, thank you for your question. And thank you for those engaging questions and to our speakers for the enlightening responses. So we've seen statistics about the contribution of the tourism industry to the carbon footprints, and indeed the tourism is part of the problem and it must also be part of the solution. With the innovations presented by United Airlines through Ms. Pam, we became more aware therefore more knowledgeable to where we can be of contribution in helping reduce our carbon footprints within the industry. So let's give her another round of virtual applause. Virtual round of applause.
All right. Before we proceed, we would just like to thank everyone from our FB viewers. We have 1,000, more than 1,000 of viewers. We also have more than 100 participants in Zoom. We thank you everyone for so much support in being part of this wonderful webinar.
Yan. Yes, of course. Thank you to our 1,000 plus FB viewers and our 100 plus Zoom participants.
And to express our gratitude for your time and invaluable insights, we are pleased to present you with a certificate of appreciation. This token reflects our thanks and the impact you made on today's participants. The Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management presents this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Paula Marie Navarro for her significant contribution as guest speaker for the topic Sustainable Innovation, Merging Ergonomics Technology and the Future. During the online conference with the theme Transformational Tourism, Embracing Workplace Equality, Unleashing Innovation and Leveraging Technology in a Changing Climate, held this 11th day of January 2025 via Zoom. Signed by Dr. Daryl A. Cornell, PUP Graduate School MSITHM Program Chair, and Dr. Elmer G. Diuse, PUP Graduate School D.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another virtual round of applause for Ms. Paula Marie C. Navarro.
And now, we would like to capture this memorable moment. Ms. Paula Marie Navarro, please allow us to take a photo to commemorate your participation in today's event.
So, may I ask all our participants to please open their camera and keep smiling because we have 5 slides of participants here. Malay nyo, hindi kayo kabilang sa isa. So, keep smiling lang po until the end of the picture taking. So 1, 2, 3, smile. Another 1, 2, 3, smile. Another 1, 1, 2, 3, smile. And 1, 2, 3, smile. Yeah, and 1, 2, 3, smile.
All right. Okay. Oh, one more. Okay. So,
last slide.
One more po.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you all for that beautiful smiles of yours na na-capture talaga ng ating documentation team. Yan. Sherry?
Again, thank you once again, Ms. Paula Marie Navarro. Your contribution is truly appreciated.
Thank you once again to all our speakers and participants for your engaging discussions and valuable contributions. It's been a privilege to host this session, and we hope that the insights shared today will inspire continued growth and collaboration.
Before we move on to our next segment, we have one more exciting announcement. It's time to reveal the second winner of our early bird giveaway. Again, maraming salamat sa lahat na maagang dumalo. You truly make this event special, kaya alamin na natin kung sino ang maswerteng pangalawang nanalo.
At nauna na nga ang ating announcement. Congratulations kay Mr. Jose Vicente Micael Abella Regalado for being the early bird winner of this event. So kanina siya ang pinakauna na nag-enter sa ating Zoom link. So congratulations, Mr. Jose Vicente. Our team will contact you for your prize.
Okay. Again, bilang our winner, makakatanggap ka ng 200 pesos na premyo, and we will be in touch with you shortly to arrange for your prize. Again, maraming salamat sa inyong suporta. And now, To guide us further, it's my pleasure to introduce someone who has been a guiding force to our academic journey. With a wealth of experience and wisdom in the field, she is here to share powerful insights that will surely inspire us. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed MICE professor, Dr. Jovid Maricar Maranan.
Okay, mabuhay everyone. Am I audible, Dawn?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's a big word, no words to ponder. But I don't know if I'm going to dwell in more on this particular task that was given to me. Okay, allow me to take this opportunity to focus more on my lovely students who have exerted their effort in doing such different activities. Okay, so first things first, I would like to congratulate everyone for the success of this of organizing this webinar. Actually, your hard work and dedication has paid off. Nakita ko naman yung progress even though you are communicating only through our messenger, makikita mo doon yung pinaka you've already showcased yung exceptional skills and commitment ng halos lahat ng members ng programang ito, no? So actually, I am not the only one who's impressed, but the rest of us with regards to your resourcefulness and even overcoming challenges in finding, kasi nga it's a webinar, no, innovative solutions that will address some of the concerns and some of the issues that was clearly, no, demonstrated throughout the webinar. And most importantly, I would like to commend the speakers, okay, for sharing their knowledge with regards to the topics that was assigned to them. Truly, was such a very wonderful experience to hear words, okay, to hear lectures, lessons, coming from our esteemed industry speakers. Okay? Bihira kasi talaga na makakuha ka ng mga tao na that can really share their knowledge when it comes to their expertise. Okay? Lastly, okay, again, talagang kinuha ko na tong opportunity na to. Okay, I hope that all of my students are hearing me right now that I'm really, really thankful na kayo yung naging estudyante ko sa MICE. Why? Kasi talagang, siya alam mo yun, halos hindi ako nahirapan with regards to your class, okay? Your diligence throughout the planning, execution phases was very evident in every aspect of all the activities since the first activity that we have, which is yung ating gathering for the whole MSITHM community. Yung sumunod naman is yung ating orientation for the research participants, and now this, yung webinar natin na isa sa pinakihihintay natin lahat. So your efforts have not gone unnoticed, okay? And we are confident that your skills you have developed throughout this experience will continue to benefit you in your academic and professional journeys. With regards to our participants, maraming salamat po for giving us your time in joining us. I hope you have learned a lot from this activity. Once again, congratulations to all, okay, to all participants. Job well done po. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jovid Maricar Maranan, for your wonderful words. Indeed, I totally agree with Dr. Jovid. I learned a lot from our speakers, and thank you very much, and congratulations to the organizers.
Again, thank you so much, Dr. Jovid Maranan. And we have always admired your captivating statements. They are clear, direct, and sure to catch our attention. And you guys, you get to learn a lot from her.
So let's carry the ideas and lessons we've learned as we continue to explore and engage to the next segment. Let's keep the energy and enthusiasm alive as we proceed.
Okay. As we near the end of our program, I would like to invite Dr. Daryl Cornell, Program Chairperson of MSITHM, to deliver the closing remarks and bring this event to a close.
So, good morning, everyone.
Dr. Daryl.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes, po.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and our future leaders in tourism. So, as we draw this enriching webinar to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the transformative insights that we have gained today. So earlier, we began our journey by acknowledging the vital importance of workforce equality in the tourism sector. Our esteemed speakers have passionately illuminated the path towards creating an inclusive and equitable environment where every individual has the opportunity to thrive and contribute their unique talents. Let us carry this message forward, championing diversity and fostering a sense of belonging within our industry. Furthermore, we have explored the exciting realm of sustainable innovation, where technology and human ingenuity converge to shape the future of our industry. From ergonomic solutions to enhance the guest experience to groundbreaking advancements that promote environmental sustainability, we've witnessed the power of innovation to drive positive change. So let us embrace these transformative ideas, ensuring that our industry remains at the forefront of our progress. So in closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers, our dedicated organizers, and each and every one of you for your invaluable participation. So may the knowledge and inspiration that we've shared today empower us to transform the tourism industry into a beacon of equality, innovation, and sustainability. Thank you, and let us continue to work together to build a brighter future for tourism. Again, kudos everyone, and congratulations mga scholar ng bayan.
Thank you, Dr. Cornell, for those inspiring closing remarks. This event has truly been a remarkable opportunity to learn, connect, and explore new ways to drive innovation and progress in our respective fields.
And we would also like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our audience from FB Live and via Zoom for staying with us until the end of our program. Indeed, you make this program a success.
As we wrap up today's event, we kindly ask everyone to take a moment to complete the post-survey or post-event survey, which is now displayed on your screen. Your feedback is essential in helping us improve and provide more valuable experiences in the future. It not only helps us refine future events, but it also allows us to continue creating meaningful experiences for all of you. Every response counts and will contribute to our ongoing growth. Now let us gather and sing the PUP hymn to honor the values of our institution.
So our dear participant, we are now flashing again the webinar code. The webinar code is 2025 PUP WIV with exclamation mark.
All right, and the post-survey evaluation is also in the chat inbox, so kindly check it as well. And
yeah, so while everyone is filling up their post-evaluation survey, we would like to invite you all to enroll with the MSI THM program of the PUP Graduate School. Enrollment is still ongoing, so just visit our pages, PUP Graduate School, or visit our website, PUP. Yeah, search nyo na lang po. Yeah. So welcome po kayo to enroll Master of Science in International Tourism and Hospitality Management. And see you po sa mga susunod na mga klase.
all right, and again, we thank our sponsors, our platinum sponsors, Bicol Merchant Marine College Incorporated in Sorsogon City, InterAsia Migration Consultancy, Ms. Juliana Esquives from Sorsogon City, and Anonymous sponsor.
And to all gold sponsors, FE Lee Enterprises in Sorsogon City, Rush Chill the Chocolate Factory, Puffy Souffle Pancake Cafe in Legazpi City, Solartronics Solar and Electronics Enterprises.
All right, we have a request here asking for a code. Can you again flash the code, please? It's actually the webinar code is also on the chat box. Again, the webinar code is 2025 PUP WEAVE with an exclamation point. Nakuha po ba ng lahat? All right. We will also flash the post-evaluation survey to those who don't have yet the QR code. Just scan the QR code and you'll be able to do the post-evaluation survey. Okay.
Yeah. So I hope everyone is able to grasp those codes and be able to fill up those post-evaluation surveys. Thank you everyone, and to all our partners for your generous contribution. We truly appreciate your dedication to making this event a success.
And before we say goodbye, I want to leave you with a thought. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams by Eleanor Roosevelt. Let's carry the passion and inspiration from today into our own professional and personal journeys, and continue striving for excellence in all that we do. Once again, thank you all for being part of this event. It's been a pleasure to guide you and to be your host today. Your engagement and enthusiasm have truly made this event special. Let's continue to stay connected and support each other as we move forward. Once again, I'm Sherry Dawn Bongbot.
And I'm John Ray Pinera, driven by the belief that the future of tourism and hospitality lies in the hands of those who dare to innovate, lead with purpose, and create experiences that transpire. Your hosts and students of the Masters in International Tourism and Hospitality Management program at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines.
Again, have a wonderful rest of the day, and until next time.
all our participants, since this is a e-certificate, no need for a signature. But if you want to have a physical signature, you can print those certificate and send directly to us within this semester only, so we can personally let our signatories sign for them. So yeah, so you can print that with your paper you want to, and then send it to us, and then we will let our signatories sign physically, and then we will send it back to you. Thank you very much for attending and have a wonderful day.
Again, the code is 2025 PUP with exclamation point po. It's also on the chat box. All right. Again, thank you so much for attending, everyone. Thank you so much for your participation and involvement with our program. Again, you have a great day and have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm.